another at the same time, and upon the same subject, running parallel along with it in the kitchen. Now to bring this about, whenever an extraordinary message, or letter, was delivered in the parlour or a discourse suspended till a servant went out or the lines of discontent were observed to hang upon the brows of my father or mother or, in short, when anything was supposed to be upon the tapis worth knowing or listening to, 'twas the rule to leave the door, not absolutely shut, but somewhat ajar as it stands just now, which, under covert of the bad hinge, and that possibly might be one of the many reasons why it was never mended, it was not difficult to manage, by which means, in all these cases, a passage was generally left, not indeed as wide as the Dardanelles, but wide enough, for all that, to carry on as much of this windward trade, as was sufficient to save my father the trouble of governing his house. My mother at this moment stands profiting by it. Obadiah did the same thing, as soon as he had left the letter upon the table which brought the news of my brother's death. So that before my father had well got over his surprise, and entered upon his harangue, had Trim got upon his legs, to speak his sentiments upon the subject. A curious observer of nature, had he been worth the inventory of all Job's stock, though by the by, your curious observers are seldom worth a groat, would have given the half of it, to have heard Corporal Trim and my father, two orators so contrasted by nature and education, haranguing over the same beer. My father, a man of deep reading, prompt memory, with Cato and Seneca and Epictetus at his fingers' ends; the corporal with nothing to remember, of no deeper reading than his muster roll, or greater names at his fingers' end, than the contents of it. The one proceeding from period to period, by metaphor and allusion, and striking the fancy as he went along, as men of wit and fancy do, with the entertainment and pleasantry of his pictures and images. The other, without wit or antithesis, or point, or turn, this way or that, but leaving the images on one side, and the picture on the other, going straight forwards as nature could lead him, to the heart. O Trim! Would to heaven thou hadst a better historian, would, thy historian had a better pair of breeches, O ye critics! Will nothing melt you? Chap 7 My young master in London is dead, said Obadiah. A green satin nightgown of my mother's, which had been twice scoured, was the first idea which Obadiah's exclamation brought into Susanna's head. Well might Locke write a chapter upon the imperfections of words then, quoth Susanna, we must all go into mourning. But note a second time, the word mourning, notwithstanding Susanna made use of it herself, failed also of doing its office. It excited not one single idea, tinged either with grey or black. All was green. The green satin nightgown hung there still. Oh! 'Twill be the death of my poor mistress, cried Susanna. My mother's whole wardrobe followed. What a procession! Her red damask, her orange tawny, her white and yellow lutestrings, her brown taffeta, her bone-laced caps, her bedgowns and comfortable under-petticoats, not a rag was left behind. No, she will never look up again, said Susanna. We had a fat, foolish scullion, my father, I think, kept her for her simplicity. She had been all autumn struggling with a dropsy. He is dead, said Obadiah. He is certainly dead, so am not I, said the foolish scullion. Here is sad news, Trim, cried Susanna, wiping her eyes as Trim stepped into the kitchen. Master Bobby is dead and buried. The funeral was an interpolation of Susanna's. We shall have all to go into mourning, said Susanna. I hope not, said Trim. You hope not, cried Susanna earnestly. The mourning ran not in Trim's head, whatever it did in Susanna's. I hope, said Trim, explaining himself, I hope in God the news is not true. I heard the letter read with my own ears, answered Obadiah, and we shall have a terrible piece of work of it in stubbing the ox Muro. He's dead, said Susanna. As sure, said the scullion, as I'm alive. I lament for him from my heart and my soul, said Trim, fetching a sigh. Poor creature, poor boy, poor gentleman. He was alive last Whitsuntide, said the coachman. Whitsuntide? Alas! cried Trim, extending his right arm, and falling instantly into the same attitude in which he read the sermon. What is Whitsuntide, Jonathan? For that was the coachman's name, or Shrovetide, or any tide or time past, to this. Are we not here now, continued the corporal, striking the end of his stick perpendicularly upon the floor, so as to give an idea of health and stability, and are we not, dropping his hat upon the ground, gone? In a moment, 'twas infinitely striking. Susanna burst into a flood of tears. We are not stocks and stones, Jonathan. Obadiah, the cook-maid, all melted. The foolish fat scullion herself, who was scouring a fish kettle upon her knees, was roused with it. The whole kitchen crowded about the corporal. Now, as I perceive plainly, that the preservation of our constitution in church and state, and possibly the preservation of the whole world, or what is the same thing, the distribution and balance of its property and power, may in time to come depend greatly upon the right understanding of this stroke of the corporal's eloquence, I do demand your attention, your worships and reverences, for any 10 pages together, take them where you will in any other part of the work, shall sleep for it at your ease. I said, we were not stocks and stones. 'Tis very well. I should have added, nor are we angels. I wish we were but men clothed with bodies, and governed by our imaginations, and what a junketing piece of work of it there is, betwixt these and our 7 senses, especially some of them. For my own part, I own it, I am ashamed to confess. Let it suffice to affirm, that of all the senses, the eye, for I absolutely deny the touch, though most of your barbati, I know, are for it, has the quickest commerce with the soul, gives a smarter stroke, and leaves something more inexpressible upon the fancy, than words can either convey or sometimes get rid of. I've gone a little about, no matter, 'tis for health. Let us only carry it back in our mind to the mortality of Trim's hat. Are we not here now and gone in a moment? There was nothing in the sentence, 'twas one of your self-evident truths we have the advantage of hearing every day, and if Trim had not trusted more to his hat than his head, he made nothing at all of it. Are we not here now, continued the corporal, and are we not, dropping his hat plumb upon the ground and pausing, before he pronounced the word, gone, in a moment. The descent of the hat was as if a heavy lump of clay had been kneaded into the crown of it. Nothing could have expressed the sentiment of mortality, of which it was the type and forerunner. Like it, his hand seemed to vanish from under it. It fell dead. The corporal's eye fixed upon it, as upon a corpse, and Susanna burst into a flood of tears. Now 10,000, and 10,000 times 10,000, for matter and motion are infinite, are the ways by which a hat may be dropped upon the ground, without any effect. Had he flung it, or thrown it, or cast it, or schemed it, or squirted it, or let it slip or fall in any possible direction under heaven, or in the best direction that could be given to it, had he dropped it like a goose, like a puppy, like an ass, or in doing it, or even after he had done, had he looked like a fool, like an ninny, like a nincompoop, it had failed, and the effect upon the heart had been lost. Yet who govern this mighty world and its mighty concerns with the engines of eloquence, who heat it, and cool it, and melt it, and mollify it, and then harden it again to your purpose, yet who wind and turn the passions with this great windlass, and, having done it, lead the owners of them, whither ye think meet. Yea, lastly, who drive, and why not, yet also who are driven, like turkeys to market, with a stick and a red clout. Meditate, I beseech you, upon Trim's hat. Chap 8. Stay, I have a small account to settle with the reader before Trim can go on with his harangue. It shall be done in 2 minutes. Amongst many other book debts, all of which I shall discharge in due time, I own myself a debtor to the world for 2 items: a chapter upon chambermaids and buttonholes, which, in the former part of my work, I promised and fully intended to pay off this year, but some of your worships and reverences telling me, that the 2 subjects, especially so connected together, might endanger the morals of the world. I pray the chapter upon chambermaids and buttonholes may be forgiven me, and that they will accept of the last chapter in lieu of it, which is nothing, and please your reverences, but a chapter of chambermaids, green gowns, and old hats. Trim took his hat off the ground, put it upon his head, and then went on with his oration upon death, in manner and form following. Chap 9 to us, Jonathan, who know not what want or care is, who live here in the service of two of the best of masters, bating in my own case His Majesty King William III, whom I had the honour to serve both in Ireland and Flanders. I own it, that from Whitsuntide to within 3 weeks of Christmas 'tis not long, 'tis like nothing, but to those, Jonathan, who know what death is, and what havoc and destruction he can make, before a man can well will about, 'tis like a whole age o'. Jonathan. 'Twould make a good-natured man's heart bleed, to consider, continued the corporal, standing perpendicularly, how low many a brave and upright fellow has been laid since that time, and trust me, Susie, added the corporal, turning to Susanna, whose eyes were swimming in water before that time comes round again, many a bright eye will be dim. Susanna placed it to the right side of the page. She wept, but she courtesied too, are we not? Continued Trim, looking still at Susanna. Are we not like a flower of the field? A tear of pride stole in betwixt every 2 tears of humiliation, else no tongue could have described Susanna's affliction. Is not all flesh grass, 'tis clay, 'tis dirt. They all looked directly at the scullion. The scullion had just been scouring a fish kettle. It was not fair. What is the finest face that ever man looked at? I could hear Trim talk so forever, cried Susanna. What is it? Susanna laid her hand upon Trim's shoulder, but corruption. Susanna took it off. Now I love you for this, and 'tis this delicious mixture within you which makes you dear creatures what you are, and he who hates you for it. All I can say of the matter is that he has either a pumpkin for his head or a pippin for his heart, and whenever he is dissected 'twill be found so. Chapx whether Susanna, by taking her hand too suddenly from off the corporal's shoulder, by the whisking about of her passions, broke a little the chain of his reflex ions, or whether the corporal began to be suspicious, he had got into the doctor's quarters, and was talking more like the chaplain than himself, or whether, for in all such cases a man of invention and parts may with pleasure fill a couple of pages with suppositions which of all these was the cause, let the curious physiologist, or the curious anybody determine. 'Tis certain, at least, the corporal went on thus with his harangue. For my own part, I declare it, that out of doors, I value not death at all, not this, added the corporal, snapping his fingers, but with an air which no one but the corporal could have given to the sentiment in battle. I value death not this, and let him not take me cowardly, like poor Joe Gibbons, in scouring his gun. What is he? A pull of a trigger, a push of a bayonet, an inch this way or that makes the difference. Look along the line to the right, see Jack's down. Well, 'tis worth a regiment of horse to him. No, 'tis Dick. Then Jack's no worse. Never mind which we pass on in hot pursuit. The wound itself which brings him is not felt. The best way is to stand up to him. The man who flies, is in 10 times more danger than the man who marches up into his jaws. I've looked him, added the corporal, 100 times in the face, and know what he is. He's nothing, Obadiah, at all in the field, but he's very frightful in a house. Quoth Obadiah. I never mind it myself, said Jonathan. Upon a coach box it must, in my opinion, be most natural. In bed, replied Susanna. And could I escape him by creeping into the worst calf's skin that ever was made into a knapsack, I would do it there, said Trim. But that is nature. Nature is nature, said Jonathan. And that is the reason, cried Susanna, I so much pity my mistress. She will never get the better of it. Now I pity the captain the most of any one in the family, answered Trim. Madam will get ease of heart in weeping, and the squire in talking about it, but my poor master will keep it all in silence to himself. I shall hear him sigh in his bed for a whole month together, as he did for Lieutenant Le Fever. And please your honor, Do not sigh so piteously, I would say to him as I laid beside him. I cannot help it, Trim, my master would say, 'tis so melancholy an accident I cannot get it off my heart. Your honor fears not death yourself, I hope. Trim, I fear nothing, he would say, but the doing a wrong thing. Well, he would add, whatever betides, I will take care of Le Fever's boy. And with that, like a quieting draught, his honor would fall asleep. I like to hear Trim's stories about the captain, said Susanna. He is a kindly-hearted gentleman, said Obadiah, as ever lived. I, and as brave a one too, said the corporal, as ever stepped before a platoon. There never was a better officer in the king's army or a better man in God's world, for he would march up to the mouth of a cannon, though he saw the lighted match at the very touch-hole, and yet, for all that, he has a heart as soft as a child. For other people he would not hurt a chicken. I would sooner, quoth Jonathan, drive such a gentleman for £7 a year than some for 8. Thank thee, Jonathan. For thy 20 shillings as much, Jonathan, said the corporal, shaking him by the hand, as if thou hadst put the money into my own pocket. I would serve him to the day of my death out of love. He is a friend and a brother to me, and could I be sure my poor brother Tom was dead, continued the corporal, taking out his handkerchief, was I worth £10,000, I would leave every shilling of it to the captain. Trim could not refrain from tears at this testamentary proof he gave of his affection to his master. The whole kitchen was affected. Do tell us the story of the poor lieutenant, said Susanna. With all my heart, answered the corporal. Susanna, the cook, Jonathan, Obadiah, and Corporal Trim, formed a circle about the fire, and as soon as the scullion had shut the kitchen door, the corporal begun. Chap 11. I am a Turk if I had not as much forgot my mother, as if nature had plaistered me up, and set me down naked upon the banks of the river Nile, without one. Your most obedient servant, madam. I've cost you a great deal of trouble, I wish it may answer, but you have left a crack in my back, and here's a great piece fallen off here before. And what must I do with this foot? I shall never reach England with it. For my own part, I never wonder at anything, and so often has my judgment deceived me in my life, that I always suspected, right or wrong, at least I am seldom hot upon cold subjects. For all this, I reverence truth as much as anybody, and when it has slipped us, if a man will but take me by the hand, and go quietly and search for it, as for a thing we have both lost, and can neither of us do well without, I'll go to the world's end with him. But I hate disputes, and therefore, bating religious points, or such as touch society, I would almost subscribe to anything which does not coke me in the first passage, rather than be drawn into one. But I cannot bear suffocation and bad smells worst of all, for which reasons, I resolved from the beginning, that if ever the army of martyrs was to be augmented or a new one raised, I would have no hand in it, one way or t'other. Chap 12. But to return to my mother. My uncle Toby's opinion, madam, that there could be no harm in Cornelius Gallus, the Roman praetor's lying with his wife, or rather the last word of that opinion, for it was all my mother heard of it, caught hold of her by the weak part of the whole sex. You shall not mistake me, I mean her curiosity. She instantly concluded herself the subject of the conversation, and with that prepossession upon her fancy, you will readily conceive every word my father said, was accommodated either to herself, or her family concerns. Pray, madam, in what street does the lady live, who would not have done the same? From the strange mode of Cornelius's death, my father had made a transition to that of Socrates, and was giving my uncle Toby an abstract of his pleading before his judges. 'Twas irresistible, not the oration of Socrates but my father's temptation to it. He had wrote the life of Socrates 23 himself the year before he left off trade, which, I fear, was the means of hastening him out of it, so that no one was able to set out with so full a sail, and in so swelling a tide of heroic loftiness. Upon the occasion, as my father was not a period in Socrates's oration, which closed with a shorter word than transmigration, or annihilation, or a worse thought in the middle of it than to be or not to be, the entering upon a new and untried state of things, or, upon a long, a profound, and peaceful sleep, without dreams, without disturbance, that we and our children were born to die but neither of us born to be slaves. No, there I mistake, that was part of Eleazar's oration, as recorded by Josephus, de Bell. Judaic, Eleazar owns he had it from the philosophers of India, in all likelihood Alexander the Great, in his eruption into India, after he had overrun Persia, amongst the many things he stole that sentiment also, by which means it was carried, if not all the way by himself, for we all know he died at Babylon, at least by some of his marauders, into Greece, from Greece it got to Rome, from Rome to France, and from France to England. So things come round by land carriage. I can conceive no other way. By water the sentiment might easily have come down the Ganges into the Sinus Gangeticus, or Bay of Bengal, and so into the Indian Sea, and following the course of trade, the way from India by the Cape of Good Hope being then unknown, might be carried with other drugs and spices up the Red Sea to Yadda, the port of Mecca, or else to Tor or Suez, towns at the bottom of the Gulf, and from thence by caravans to Coptos, but 3 days' journey distant, so down the Nile, directly to Alexandria, where the sentiment would be landed at the very foot of the great staircase of the Alexandrian library, and from that storehouse it would be fetched. Bless me! What a trade was driven by the learned in those days! 23. This book my father would never consent to publish, 'tis in manuscript, with some other tracts of his, in the family, all, or most of which will be printed in due time. Chap 13. Now my father had a way, a little like that of Jobs, in case there ever was such a man. If not, there's an end of the matter, though, by the by, because your learned men find some difficulty in fixing the precise era in which so great a man lived, whether, for instance, before or after the patriarchs, and see to vote, therefore, that he never lived at all, is a little cruel. 'Tis not doing as they would be done. By happen that as it may, my father, I say, had a way, when things went extremely wrong with him, especially upon the first sally of his impatience of wondering why he was begot, wishing himself dead, sometimes worse, and when the provocation ran high, and grief touched his lips with more than ordinary powers. Sir, you scarce could have distinguished him from Socrates himself. Every word would breathe the sentiments of a soul disdaining life, and careless about all its issues, for which reason, though my mother was a woman of no deep reading, yet the abstract of Socrates's oration, which my father was giving my uncle Toby, was not altogether new to her. She listened to it with composed intelligence, and would have done so to the end of the chapter, had not my father plunged, which he had no occasion to have done, into that part of the pleading where the great philosopher reckons up his connections, his alliances, and children, but renounces a security to be so won by working upon the passions of his judges. I have friends, I have relations. I have 3 desolate children, says Socrates. Then, cried my mother, opening the door, you have one more, Mr. Shandy, than I know of. By heaven! I have one less, said my father, getting up and walking out of the room. Chap 14. They are Socrates's children, said my uncle Toby. He has been dead 100 years ago, replied my mother. My uncle Toby was no chronologer, so not caring to advance one step but upon safe ground, he laid down his pipe deliberately upon the table, and rising up, and taking my mother most kindly by the hand, without saying another word, either good or bad, to her, he led her out after my father, that he might finish the éclaircissement himself. Chap 15. Had this volume been a farce, which, unless every one's life and opinions are to be looked upon as a farce as well as mine, I see no reason to suppose the last chapter, sir, had finished the first act of it, and then this chapter must have set off thus. Ptrring twing twang prut trut, 'tis a cursed bad fiddle. Do you know whether my fiddle's in tune or no? Trut prut. They should be fifths, 'tis wickedly strung. Tra. E. I. O. You twang the bridge is a mile too high, and the sound post absolutely down. L strut. Prut hark. 'Tis not so bad a tone. Diddle diddle, diddle diddle, diddle diddle, dumb. There is nothing in playing before good judges, but there's a man there, no, not him with the bundle under his arm, the grave man in black's death. Not the gentleman with the sword on, sir. I had rather play a capriccio to Calliope herself, than draw my bow across my fiddle before that very man, and yet I'll stake my Cremona to a Jew's trump, which is the greatest musical odds that ever were laid, that I will this moment stop 350 leagues out of tune upon my fiddle, without punishing one single nerve that belongs to him. Twaddle diddle, tweddle diddle, twiddle diddle, toodle diddle, twaddle diddle, prut trut, crish crash. Crush, I've undone you, sir, but you see he's no worse, and was Apollo to take his fiddle after me, he can make him no better. Diddle diddle, diddle diddle, diddle diddle, hum dum drum. Your worships and your reverences love music, and God has made you all with good ears, and some of you play delightfully yourselves. Trut prut prut trut. Oh! There is whom I could sit and hear whole days, whose talents lie in making what he fiddles to be felt, who inspires me with his joys and hopes, and puts the most hidden springs of my heart into motion. If you would borrow 5 guineas of me, sir, which is generally 10 guineas more than I have to spare, or you Messrs Apothecary and Tailor, want your bills paying, that's your time. Chap 16. The first thing which entered my father's head, after affairs were a little settled in the family, and Susanna had got possession of my mother's green satin nightgown, was to sit down coolly, after the example of Xenophon, and write a Tristrapedia, or system of education for me, collecting first for that purpose his own scattered thoughts, counsels, and notions, and binding them together, so as to form an institute for the government of my childhood and adolescence. I was my father's last stake. He had lost my brother Bobby entirely. He had lost, by his own computation, full 3/4 of me, that is, he had been unfortunate in his 3 first great casts for me, my geniture, nose, and name. There was but this one left, and accordingly my father gave himself up to it with as much devotion as ever my uncle Toby had done to his doctrine of projectiles. The difference between them was, that my uncle Toby drew his whole knowledge of projectiles from Nicholas Tartaglia. My father spun his, every thread of it, out of his own brain, or reeled and cross-twisted what all other spinners and spinsters had spun before him, that 'twas pretty near the same torture to him. In about 3 years, or something more, my father had got advanced almost into the middle of his work. Like all other writers, he met with disappointments. He imagined he should be able to bring whatever he had to say, into so small a compass, that when it was finished and bound, it might be rolled up in my mother's huss. If matter grows under our hands, let no man say, "Come, I'll write a duodecimo." My father gave himself up to it, however, with the most painful diligence, proceeding step by step in every line, with the same kind of caution and circumspection, though I cannot say upon quite so religious a principle, as was used by John de la Casse, the Lord Archbishop of Benevento, in compassing his Galatea, in which his Grace of Benevento spent near 40 years of his life, and when the thing came out, it was not of above half the size or the thickness of a writer's almanac. How the holy man managed the affair, unless he spent the greatest part of his time in combing his whiskers, or playing at primero with his chaplain, would pose any mortal not let into the true secret, and therefore 'tis worth explaining to the world. Was it only for the encouragement of those few in it, who write not so much to be fed as to be famous? I own had John de la Casse, the Archbishop of Benevento, for whose memory, notwithstanding his Galatea, I retain the highest veneration, had he been, sir, a slender clerk of dull wit, slow parts, cost of head, and so forth. He and his Galatea might have jogged on together to the age of Methuselah. For me the phenomenon had not been worth a parenthesis, but the reverse of this was the truth. John de Lacasse was a genius of fine parts and fertile fancy, and yet with all these great advantages of nature, which should have pricked him forwards with his Galatea, he lay under an impuissance at the same time of advancing above a line and a half in the compass of a whole summer's day. This disability in his grace arose from an opinion he was afflicted with, which opinion was this, viz. That whenever a Christian was writing a book, not for his private amusement, but, where his intent and purpose was, bona fide, to print and publish it to the world, his first thoughts were always the temptations of the evil one. This was the state of ordinary writers, but when a personage of venerable character and high station, either in church or state, once turned author, he maintained, that from the very moment he took pen in hand all the devils in hell broke out of their holes to cajole him. 'Twas term time with them. Every thought, first and last, was capt eus, how specious and good soever 'twas all one, in whatever form or color it presented itself to the imagination. 'Twas still a stroke of one or other of them levelled at him, and was to be fenced off, so that the life of a writer, whatever he might fancy to the contrary, was not so much a state of composition, as a state of warfare, and his probation in it, precisely that of any other man militant upon earth, both depending alike, not half so much upon the degrees of his wit as his resistance. My father was hugely pleased with this theory of John de Lacasse, Archbishop of Benevento, and, had it not cramped him a little in his creed, I believe would have given 10 of the best acres in the Shandy estate, to have been the broacher of it. How far my father actually believed in the devil, will be seen, when I come to speak of my father's religious notions. In the progress of this work, 'tis enough to say here, as he could not have the honor of it, in the literal sense of the doctrine he took up with the allegory of it, and would often say, especially when his pen was a little retrograde, there was as much good meaning, truth, and knowledge, couched under the veil of John de Lacasse's parabolical representation as was to be found in any one poetic fiction or mystic record of antiquity. Prejudice of education, he would say, is the devil, and the multitudes of them which we suck in with our mother's milk are the devil, and all we are haunted with them, brother Toby, in all our lucubrations and researches. And was a man fool enough to submit tamely to what they obtruded upon him, what would his book be? Nothing, he would add, throwing his pen away with a vengeance, nothing but a farrago of the clack of nurses, and of the nonsense of the old women, of both sexes, throughout the kingdom. This is the best account I am determined to give of the slow progress my father made in his Tristrapedia, at which, as I said, he was 3 years, and something more, indefatigably at work, and, at last, had scarce completed, by this own reckoning, 1/2 of his undertaking. The misfortune was, that I was all that time totally neglected and abandoned to my mother, and what was almost as bad, by the very delay, the first part of the work, upon which my father had spent the most of his pains, was rendered entirely useless. Every day a page or two became of no consequence. Certainly it was ordained as a scourge upon the pride of human wisdom, that the wisest of us all should thus outwit ourselves, and eternally forego our purposes in the intemperate act of pursuing them. In short, my father was so long in all his acts of resistance, or in other words he advanced so very slow with his work, and I began to live and get forwards at such a rate, that if an event had not happened which, when we get to it, if it can be told with decency, shall not be concealed a moment from the reader, I verily believe, I had put by my father, and left him drawing a sundial, for no better purpose than to be buried underground. Chap 17. 'Twas nothing, I did not lose 2 drops of blood by it. 'Twas not worth calling in a surgeon. Had he lived next door to us, thousands suffer by choice. What I did by accident, Dr. Slop made 10 times more of it, than there was occasion. Some men rise, by the art of hanging great weights upon small wires, and I am this day, August the 10th, 1761, paying part of the price of this man's reputation twould provoke a stone, to see how things are carried on in this world. The chambermaid had left no under the bed. Cannot you contrive, master, quoth Susanna, lifting up the sash with one hand, as she spoke, and helping me up into the window seat with the other. Cannot you manage, my dear, for a single time, to... I was 5 years old. Susanna did not consider that nothing was well hung in our family, so slap came the sash down like lightning upon us. Nothing is left, cried Susanna, nothing is left for me, but to run my country. My uncle Toby's house was a much kinder sanctuary, and so Susanna fled to it. Chap 18. When Susanna told the corporal the misadventure of the sash, with all the circumstances which attended the murder of me, as she called it, the blood forsook his cheeks, all accessories in murder being principles. Trim's conscience told him he was as much to blame as Susanna, and if the doctrine had been true, my uncle Toby had as much of the bloodshed to answer for to heaven, as either of them, so that neither reason or instinct, separate or together, could possibly have guided Susanna's steps to so proper an asylum. It is in vain to leave this to the reader's imagination to form any kind of hypothesis that will render these propositions feasible. He must cudgel his brains sore, and to do it without he must have such brains as no reader ever had before him. Why should I put them either to trial or to torture? 'Tis my own affair, I'll explain it myself. Chap 19. 'Tis a pity, Trim, said my uncle Toby, resting with his hand upon the corporal's shoulder, as they both stood surveying their works, that we have not a couple of field pieces to mount in the gorge of that new redoubt. 'Twould secure the lines all along there, and make the attack on that side quite complete. Get me a couple cast, Trim. Your honor shall have them, replied Trim, before tomorrow morning. It was the joy of Trim's heart, nor was his fertile head ever at a loss for expedients in doing it, to supply my uncle Toby in his campaigns, with whatever his fancy called for. Had it been his last crown, he would have sate down and hammered it into a padirero, to have prevented a single wish in his master. The corporal had already what with cutting off the ends of my uncle Toby's spouts, hacking and chiseling up the sides of his leaden gutters, melting down his pewter shaving basin, and going at last, like Louis XIV, onto the top of the church, 4 spare ends, and see, he had that very campaign brought no less than 8 new battering cannons, besides 3 demi-culverins, into the field. My uncle Toby's demand for 2 more pieces for the redoubt, had set the corporal at work again, and, no better resource offering, he had taken the 2 leaden weights from the nursery window, and as the sash pulleys, when the lead was gone, were of no kind of use, he had taken them away also, to make a couple of wheels for one of their carriages. He had dismantled every sash window in my uncle Toby's house long before, in the very same way, though not always in the same order, for sometimes the pulleys have been wanted, and not the lead. So then he began with the pulleys, and the pulleys being picked out, then the lead became useless, and so the lead went to pot too. A great moral might be picked handsomely out of this, but I have not time. 'Tis enough to say, wherever the demolition began, 'twas equally fatal to the sash window. Chapxx. The corporal had not taken his measures so badly in this stroke of artilleryship, but that he might have kept the matter entirely to himself, and left Susanna to have sustained the whole weight of the attack, as she could. True courage is not content with coming off. So the corporal, whether as general or controller of the train, 'twas no matter, had done that, without which, as he imagined, the misfortune could never have happened, at least in Susanna's hands. How would your honors have behaved? He determined at once, not to take shelter behind Susanna, but to give it, and with this resolution upon his mind, he marched upright into the parlour, to lay the whole manoeuvre before my uncle Toby. My uncle Toby had just then been giving Yorick an account of the Battle of Steenkirk, and of the strange conduct of Count Salmas in ordering the foot to halt, and the horse to march where it could not act, which was directly contrary to the king's commands, and proved the loss of the day. There are incidents in some families so pat to the purpose of what is going to follow they are scarce exceeded by the invention of a dramatic writer, I mean of ancient days. Trim, by the help of his forefinger, laid flat upon the table, and the edge of his hand striking across it at right angles, made a shift to tell his story so, that priests and virgins might have listened to it, and the story being told the dialogue went on as follows. Chapxxi I would be picayed to death, cried the corporal, as he concluded Susanna's story, before I would suffer the woman to come to any harm. 'Twas my fault, and please your honour not hers. Corporal Trim, replied my uncle Toby, putting on his hat which lay upon the table, if anything can be said to be a fault, when the service absolutely requires it should be done, 'tis I certainly who deserve the blame. You obeyed your orders. Had Count Salmas, Trim, done the same at the battle of Steenkirk, said Yorick, drolling a little upon the corporal, who had been run over by a dragoon in the retreat he had saved, cried Trim, interrupting Yorick, and finishing the sentence for him after his own fashion. He had saved 5 battalions, and please your reverence, every soul of them there was cut. Continued the corporal, clapping the forefinger of his right hand upon the thumb of his left, and counting round his hand. There was cut Mackay Angus Graham and Lavan all cut to pieces, and so had the English Life Guards too, had it not been for some regiments upon the right, who marched up boldly to their relief, and received the enemy's fire in their faces. Before any one of their own platoons discharged a musket they'll go to heaven for it, added Trim. Trim is right, said my uncle Toby, nodding to Yorick. He's perfectly right. What signified his marching the horse, continued the corporal, where the ground was so straight, that the French had such a nation of hedges, and copses, and ditches, and felled trees laid this way and that to cover them, as they always have. Count Salmas should have sent us, we would have fired muzzle to muzzle with them for their lives. There was nothing to be done for the horse. He had his foot shot off, however, for his pains, continued the corporal, the very next campaign at Landen Poor. Trim got his wound there, quoth my uncle Toby. 'Twas owing, and please your honour, entirely to Count Salmas. Had he drubbed them soundly at Steenkirk, they would not have fought us at Landen. Possibly not, Trim, said my uncle Toby, though if they have the advantage of a wood, or you give them a moment's time to entrench themselves, they are a nation which will pop and pop forever at you. There is no way but to march coolly up to them, receive their fire, and fall in upon them, pell mell. Ding dong, added Trim. Horse and foot, said my uncle Toby. Helter skelter, said Trim. Right and left, cried my uncle Toby. Blood and ounds, shouted the corporal. The battle raged. Yorick drew his chair a little to one side for safety, and after a moment's pause, my uncle Toby, sinking his voice a note, resumed the discourse as follows. Chapxxi King William, said my uncle Toby, addressing himself to Yorick, was so terribly provoked at Count Salmas for disobeying his orders, that he would not suffer him to come into his presence for many months after. I fear, answered Yorick, the squire will be as much provoked at the corporal, as the king at the count. But 'twould be singularly hard in this case, continued B, if Corporal Trim, who has behaved so diametrically opposite to Count Salmas, should have the fate to be rewarded with the same disgrace too oft in this world. Do things take that train, I would spring a mine, cried my uncle Toby, rising up, and blow up my fortifications, and my house with them, and we would perish under their ruins, ere I would stand by and see it. Trim directed a slight but a grateful bow towards his master, and so the chapter ends. Chapxxii then, Yorick, replied my uncle Toby, you and I will lead the way abreast, and do you, corporal, follow a few paces behind us, and Susanna, and please your honour, said Trim, shall be put in the rear. 'Twas an excellent disposition, and in this order, without either drums beating, or colours flying, They marched slowly from my Uncle Toby's house to Shandy Hall. "I wish," said Trim, as they entered the door, "instead of the sash weights, I had cut off the church spout, as I once thought to have done." "You have cut off spouts enow," replied Yorick. "Chapxxiv, as many pictures as have been given of my father, how like him soever in different airs and attitudes, not one, or all of them, can ever help the reader to any kind of preconception of how my father would think, speak, or act, upon any untried occasion or occurrence of life. There was that infinitude of oddities in him, and of chances along with it, by which handle he would take a thing it baffled, sir, all calculations. The truth was, his road lay so very far on one side, from that wherein most men travelled, that every object before him presented a face and section of itself to his eye, altogether different from the plan and elevation of it seen by the rest of mankind. In other words, 'twas a different object, and in course was differently considered. This is the true reason, that my dear Jenny and I, as well as all the world besides us, have such eternal squabbles about nothing. She looks at her outside eye, at her in. How is it possible we should agree about her value? Chapxxv, 'tis a point settled, and I mention it for the comfort of Confucius 24, who is apt to get entangled in telling a plain story, that provided he keeps along the line of his story he may go backwards and forwards as he will, 'tis still held to be no digression. This being premised, I take the benefit of the act of going backwards myself. 24. Mr. Shandy is supposed to mean asterisk 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 esq, member for asterisk 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 comma, and not the Chinese legislator. Chapxxvi, 50,000 pannier loads of devils, not of the Archbishop of Benevento's, I mean of Rabelais' devils, with their tails chopped off by their rumps, could not have made so diabolical a scream of it, as I did when the accident befell me. It summoned up my mother instantly into the nursery, so that Susanna had but just time to make her escape down the back stairs, as my mother came up the fore. Now, though I was old enough to have told the story myself, and young enough, I hope, to have done it without Molly Goodnighty, yet Susanna, in passing by the kitchen, for fear of accidents, had left it in shorthand with the cook. The cook had told it with a commentary to Jonathan, and Jonathan to Obadiah, so that by the time my father had rung the bell half a dozen times, to know what was the matter above, was Obadiah enabled to give him a particular account of it, just as it had happened. I thought as much, said my father, tucking up his nightgown, and so walked upstairs. One would imagine from this, though for my own part I somewhat question it, that my father, before that time, had actually wrote that remarkable character in the Tristrapedia, which to me is the most original and entertaining one in the whole book, and that is the chapter upon sash windows, with a bitter philippic at the end of it, upon the forgetfulness of chambermaids. I have but two reasons for thinking otherwise. First, had the matter been taken into consideration, before the event happened, my father certainly would have nailed up the sash window for good and all, which, considering with what difficulty he composed books, he might have done with 10 times less trouble, than he could have wrote the chapter. This argument I foresee holds good against his writing a chapter, even after the event, but 'tis obviated under the second reason, which I have the honor to offer to the world in support of my opinion, that my father did not write the chapter upon sash windows and chamber pots, at the time supposed, and it is this: that, in order to render the Tristrapedia complete, I wrote the chapter myself. Chapxxvii, my father put on his spectacles, took them off, put them into the case, all in less than a statutable minute, and without opening his lips, turned about and walked precipitately downstairs. My mother imagined he had stepped down for lint and basilicon, but seeing him return with a couple of folios under his arm, and Obadiah following him with a large reading desk, she took it for granted 'twas an herbal, and so drew him a chair to the bedside, that he might consult upon the case at his ease. If it be but right done, said my father, turning to the section de sed vel subjecto circumcisionis, for he had brought up Spencer de legibus Hebraeorum ritualibus and Maimonides, in order to confront and examine us all together. If it be but right done, quoth he. Only tell us, cried my mother, interrupting him, what herbs, for that, replied my father, you must send for Dr. Slop. My mother went down, and my father went on, reading the section as follows: asterisk 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 asterisk. Very well, said my father. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nay, if it has that convenience. And so, without stopping a moment to settle it first in his mind, whether the Jews had it from the Egyptians, or the Egyptians from the Jews, he rose up, and rubbing his forehead 2 or 3 times across with the palm of his hand, in the manner we rub out the footsteps of care, when evil has trod lighter upon us than we foreboded, he shut the book, and walked downstairs. Nay, said he, mentioning the name of a different great nation upon every step as he set his foot upon it, if the Egyptians, the Syrians, the Phoenicians, the Arabians, the Cappadocians, if the Colchi and Troglodytes did it, if Solon and Pythagoras submitted, what is Tristram? Who am I, that I should fret or fume one moment about the matter? Chapxxvii, dear Yorick, said my father smiling, for Yorick had broke his rank with my uncle Toby in coming through the narrow entry, and so had stepped first into the parlour. This Tristram of ours, I find, comes very hardly by all his religious rites, never was the son of Jew, Christian, Turk, or infidel initiated into them in so oblique and slovenly a manner, but he is no worse, I trust, said Yorick. There has been certainly, continued my father, the deuce and all to do in some part or other of the ecliptic, when this offspring of mine was formed. That, you are a better judge of than I, replied Yorick. Astrologers, quoth my father, no better than us both. The trine and sextile aspects have jumped awry, or the opposite of their ascendants have not hit it, as they should, or the lords of the genitures, as they call them, have been at bo peep, or something has been wrong above, or below with us. 'Tis possible, answered Yorick. But is the child, cried my uncle Toby, the worse? The troglodytes say not, replied my father. And your theologists, Yorick, tell us theologically, said Yorick, or speaking after the manner of apothecaries, 25 statesmen, 26 or washerwomen, 27 I'm not sure, replied my father. But they tell us, brother Toby, he's the better for it, provided, said Yorick, you travel him into Egypt. Of that, answered my father, he will have the advantage, when he sees the pyramids. Now every word of this, quoth my uncle Toby, is Arabic to me. I wish, said Yorick, 'twas so, to half the world. Ilus 28, continued my father, circumcised his whole army one morning, not without a court-martial? Cried my uncle Toby. Though the learned, continued he, taking no notice of my uncle Toby's remark, but turning to Yorick, are greatly divided still who Ilus was. Some say Saturn, some the supreme being, others, no more than a brigadier general under Pharaoh Necho. Let him be who he will, said my uncle Toby, I know not by what article of war he could justify it. The controvertists, answered my father, assign 22 different reasons for it. Others, indeed, who have drawn their pens on the opposite side of the question, have shown the world the futility of the greatest part of them. But then again, our best polemic divines, I wish there was not a polemic divine, said Yorick, in the kingdom, 1 ounce of practical divinity is worth a painted shipload of all their reverences have imported these 50 years. Pray, Mr. Yorick, quoth my uncle Toby, do tell me what a polemic divine is. The best description, Captain Shandy, I have ever read, is of a couple of replied Yorick, in the account of the battle fought single hands betwixt Gymnast and Captain Trippet, which I have in my pocket. I beg I may hear it, quoth my uncle Toby earnestly. You shall, said Yorick, and as the corporal is waiting for me at the door and I know the description of a battle will do the poor fellow more good than his supper, I beg, brother, you'll give him leave to come in with all my soul, said my father. Trim came in, erect and happy as an emperor, and having shut the door, Yorick took a book from his right-hand coat pocket, and read, or pretended to read, as follows. 25 chi alpha lambda epsilon pi nu sigma omicron upsilon, kappa alpha delta upsilon sigma iota tau omicron upsilon pi alpha lambda alpha gamma nu theta rho alpha alpha lambda omicron sigma iota nu dot philo 26 tau epsilon mu epsilon nu alpha tau nu theta nu tau omicron lambda upsilon gamma omicron nu tau alpha kappa alpha pi omicron lambda upsilon alpha nu theta rho omega pi tau alpha epsilon nu alpha iota 27 kappa alpha theta alpha rho iota tau eta tau omicron epsilon nu dot Bockhart 28 lambda omicron, tau alpha delta omicron alpha pi epsilon rho iota tau mu nu epsilon tau alpha tau pi omicron iota sigma alpha iota kappa alpha tau omicron mu alpha upsilon tau sigma upsilon mu chi omicron upsilon kappa alpha tau alpha nu alpha gamma kappa sigma alpha dot sanchoniatho. Chapxxix, which words being heard by all the soldiers which were there, divers of them being inwardly terrified, did shrink back and make room for the assailant. All this did Gymnast very well remark and consider, and therefore, making as if he would have alighted from off his horse, as he was poising himself on the mounting side, he most nimbly, with his short sword by this thigh, shifting his feet in the stirrup, and performing the stirrup leather feat, whereby, after the inclining of his body downwards, he forthwith launched himself aloft into the air, and placed both his feet together upon the saddle, standing upright, with his back turned towards his horse's head. Now, said he, my case goes forward. Then suddenly in the same posture wherein he was, he fetched a gambol upon one foot, and turning to the left hand, failed not to carry his body perfectly round, just into his former position, without missing one jot. Ha! Said Trippet, I will not do that at this time, and not without cause. Well, said Gymnast, I have failed. I will undo this leap. Then with a marvelous strength and agility, turning towards the right hand, he fetched another striking gambol as before, which done, he set his right hand thumb upon the bow of the saddle, raised himself up, and sprung into the air, poising and upholding his whole weight upon the muscle and nerve of the said thumb, and so turned and whirled himself about 3 times, at the 4th, reversing his body, and overturning it upside down, and foreside back, without touching anything, he brought himself betwixt the horse's 2 ears, and then giving himself a jerking swing, he seated himself upon the crupper. This can't be fighting, said my uncle Toby. The corporal shook his head at it. Have patience, said Yorick. Then, Trippet, passed his right leg over his saddle, and placed himself en croupe. But, said he, 'twere better for me to get into the saddle. Then putting the thumbs of both hands upon the crupper before him, and thereupon leaning himself, as upon the only supporters of his body, he incontinently turned heels over head in the air, and straight found himself betwixt the bow of the saddle in a tolerable seat. Then springing into the air with a somerset, he turned him about like a windmill, and made above 100 frisks, turns, and demi-pomadas. Good God! Cried Trim, losing all patience. One home thrust of a bayonet is worth it all. I think so too, replied Yorick. I am of a contrary opinion, quoth my father. CHAPXXX No, I think I have advanced nothing, replied my father, making answer to a question which Yorick had taken the liberty to put to him. I have advanced nothing in the Tristrapedia, but what is as clear as any one proposition in Euclid. Reach me, Trim, that book from off the scrutoire. It has oft times been in my mind, continued my father, to have read it over both to you, Yorick, and to my brother Toby, and I think it a little unfriendly in myself, in not having done it long ago. Shall we have a short chapter or two now and a chapter or two hereafter, as occasions serve, and so on, till we get through the whole? My uncle Toby and Yorick made the obeisance which was proper, and the corporal, though he was not included in the compliment, laid his hand upon his breast, and made his bow at the same time. The company smiled. Trim, quoth my father, has paid the full price for staying out the entertainment. He did not seem to relish the play, replied Yorick. 'Twas a tomfool battle, and please your reverence, of Captain Trippitt and that other officer, making so many somersets, as they advanced. The French come on capering now and then in that way, but not quite so much. My uncle Toby never felt the consciousness of his existence with more complacency than what the corporal's, and his own reflections, made him do at that moment. He lighted his pipe. Yorick drew his chair closer to the table. Trim snuffed the candle. My father stirred up the fire, took up the book, coughed twice, and begun. CHAPXXXI The first 30 pages, said my father, turning over the leaves, are a little dry, and as they are not closely connected with the subject for the present we'll pass them by. 'Tis a prefatory introduction, continued my father, or an introductory preface, for I am not determined which name to give it, upon political or civil government, the foundation of which being laid in the first conjunction betwixt male and female, for procreation of the species, I was insensibly led into it. 'Twas natural, said Yorick. The original of society, continued my father, I'm satisfied is, what Polytien tells us, i.e. merely conjugal, and nothing more than the getting together of one man and one woman, to which, according to Hesiod, the philosopher adds a servant. But supposing in the first beginning there were no men servants born, he lays the foundation of it, in a man, a woman, and a bull. I believe 'tis an ox, quoth Yorick, quoting the passage, Greek text. A bull must have given more trouble than his head was worth. But there is a better reason still, said my father, dipping his pen into his ink, for the ox being the most patient of animals, and the most useful withal in tilling the ground for their nourishment, was the properest instrument, an emblem too, for the new joined couple, that the creation could have associated with them. And there is a stronger reason, added my uncle Toby, than them all for the ox. My father had not power to take his pen out of his inkhorn, till he had heard my uncle Toby's reason for when the ground was tilled, said my uncle Toby, and made worth enclosing, then they began to secure it by walls and ditches, which was the origin of fortification. True, true, dear Toby, cried my father, striking out the bull, and putting the ox in his place. My father gave Trim a nod, to snuff the candle, and resumed his discourse. I enter upon this speculation, said my father carelessly, and half shutting the book, as he went on, merely to shew the foundation of the natural relation between a father and his child, the right and jurisdiction over whom he acquires these several ways: first, by marriage; 2d, by adoption; 3d, by legitimation; and fourth, by procreation, all which I consider in their order. I lay a slight stress upon one of them, replied Yorick. The act, especially where it ends, there, in my opinion, lays as little obligation upon the child, as it conveys power to the father. You are wrong, said my father argutely, and for this plain reason asterisk 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 star. I own, added my father, that the offspring, upon this account, is not so under the power and jurisdiction of the mother, but the reason, replied Yorick, equally holds good for her. She is under authority herself, said my father, and besides, continued my father, nodding his head, and laying his finger upon the side of his nose, as he assigned his reason, she is not the principal agent. Yorick, in what? Quoth my uncle Toby. Stopping his pipe, though by all means, added my father, not attending to my uncle Toby, the son ought to pay her respect, as you may read, Yorick, at large in the first book of the Institutes of Justinian, at the 11th title and the 10th section. I can read it as well, replied Yorick, in the Catechism. Chapxxxii. Trim can repeat every word of it by heart, quoth my uncle Toby. Pew, said my father, not caring to be interrupted with Trim saying his catechism. He can, upon my honor, replied my uncle Toby. Ask him, Mr. Yorick, any question you please. The fifth commandment, Trim, said Yorick, speaking mildly, and with a gentle nod, as to a modest catechumen. The corporal stood silent. You don't ask him right, said my uncle Toby, raising his voice, and giving it rapidly like the word of command. The fifth, cried my uncle Toby. I must begin with the first, and please your honor, said the corporal. Yorick could not forbear smiling. Your reverence does not consider, said the corporal, shouldering his stick like a musket, and marching into the middle of the room, to illustrate his position, that 'tis exactly the same thing, as doing one's exercise. In the field join your right hand to your firelock, cried the corporal, giving the word of command, and performing the motion. Poise your firelock, cried the corporal, doing the duty still both of adjutant and private man. Rest your firelock, one motion, and please your reverence, you see leads into another. If his honor will begin but with the first. The first, cried my uncle Toby, setting his hand upon his side. Asterisk 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 star. The second, cried my uncle Toby, waving his tobacco pipe, as he would have done his sword at the head of a regiment. The corporal went through his manual with exactness, and having honored his father and mother, made a low bow, and fell back to the side of the room. Everything in this world, said my father, is big with jest, and has wit in it, and instruction too, if we can but find it out. Here is the scaffold work of instruction, its true point of folly, without the building behind it. Here is the glass for pedagogues, preceptors, tutors, governors, gerund grinders, and bear leaders to view themselves in their true dimensions. Oh, there is a husk and shell, Yorick, which grows up with learning, which their unskilfulness knows not how to fling away. Sciences may be learned by rote, but wisdom not. Yorick, thought my father inspired. I will enter into obligations this moment, said my father, to lay out all my Aunt Dinah's legacy in charitable uses, of which, by the by, my father had no high opinion. If the corporal has any one determinate idea annexed to any one word he has repeated, prithee, Trim, quoth my father, turning round to him, what dost thou mean, by honoring thy father and mother? Allowing them, and please your honor, 3 halfpence a day out of my pay, when they grow old. And didst thou do that, Trim? Said Yorick. He did indeed, replied my uncle Toby. Then, Trim, said Yorick, springing out of his chair, and taking the corporal by the hand, thou art the best commentator upon that part of the Decalogue, and I honor thee more for it, Corporal Trim, than if thou hadst had a hand in the Talmud itself. Chap 30ivo blessed health. Cried my father, making an exclamation, as he turned over the leaves to the next chapter, Thou art before all gold and treasure, 'tis thou who enlargest the soul and openest all its powers to receive instruction and to relish virtue. He that has thee, has little more to wish for, and he that is so wretched as to want thee wants everything with thee. I have concentrated all that can be said upon this important head, said my father, into a very little room, therefore we'll read the chapter quite through. My father read as follows: The whole secret of health depending upon the due contention for mastery betwixt the radical heat and the radical moisture. You have proved that matter of fact, I suppose, above, said Yorick. Sufficiently, replied my father. In saying this, my father shut the book, not as if he resolved to read no more of it, for he kept his forefinger in the chapter, nor pettishly, for he shut the book slowly, his thumb resting, when he had done it, upon the upper side of the cover, as his 3 fingers supported the lower side of it, without the least compressive violence. I have demonstrated the truth of that point, quoth my father, nodding to Yorick, most sufficiently in the preceding chapter. Now could the man in the moon be told, that a man in the earth had wrote a chapter, sufficiently demonstrating, that the secret of all health depended upon the due contention for mastery betwixt the radical heat and the radical moisture, and that he had managed the point so well, that there was not one single word wet or dry upon radical heat or radical moisture, throughout the whole chapter, or a single syllable in it, pro or con, directly or indirectly, upon the contention betwixt these two powers in any part of the animal economy. O thou eternal maker of all beings! He would cry, striking his breast with his right hand, in case he had one, thou whose power and goodness can enlarge the faculties of thy creatures to this infinite degree of excellence and perfection, what have we Moonites done? Chap 30 with 2 strokes, the one at Hippocrates, the other at Lord Verulam, did my father achieve it. The stroke at the Prince of Physicians, with which he began, was no more than a short insult upon his sorrowful complaint of the ars longa and vita brevis, life short, cried my father, and the art of healing tedious. And who are we to thank for both the one and the other, but the ignorance of quacks themselves, and the stage loads of chymical nostrums, and peripatetic lumber, with which, in all ages, they have first flattered the world, and at last deceived it. O my Lord Verulam! Cried my father, turning from Hippocrates, and making his second stroke at him, as the principal of nostrum mongers, and the fittest to be made an example of to the rest. What shall I say to thee, my great Lord Verulam? What shall I say to thy internal spirit, thy opium, thy saltpeter, thy greasy unctions, thy daily purges, thy nightly clysters, and succedaneums? My father was never at a loss what to say to any man, upon any subject, and had the least occasion for the exordium of any man breathing. How he dealt with his lordship's opinion you shall see, but when I know not, we must first see what his lordship's opinion was. Chapxxxv The 2 great causes, which conspire with each other to shorten life, says Lord Verulam, are first the internal spirit, which like a gentle flame wastes the body down to death, and secondly, the external air, that parches the body up to ashes, which 2 enemies attacking us on both sides of our bodies together, at length destroy our organs, and render them unfit to carry on the functions of life. This being the state of the case, the road to longevity was plain, nothing more being required, says his lordship, but to repair the waste committed by the internal spirit, by making the substance of it more thick and dense, by a regular course of opiates on one side, and by refrigerating the heat of it on the other, by 3 grains and a half of saltpeter every morning before you got up. Still this frame of ours was left exposed to the inimical assaults of the air without, but this was fenced off again by a course of greasy unctions, which so fully saturated the pores of the skin, that no spicula could enter, nor could any one get out. This put a stop to all perspiration, sensible and insensible, which being the cause of so many scurvy distempers a course of clysters was requisite to carry off redundant humours and render the system complete. What my father had to say to my lord of Verulam's opiates, his saltpeter, and greasy unctions and clysters, you shall read but not today or tomorrow. Time presses upon me, my reader is impatient, I must get forwards. You shall read the chapter at your leisure, if you choose it, as soon as ever the Tristrapedia is published. Sufficeth it, at present to say, my father levelled the hypothesis with the ground, and in doing that, the learned know, he built up and established his own CHA. P30. The whole secret of health, said my father, beginning the sentence again, depending evidently upon the due contention betwixt the radical heat and radical moisture within us, the least imaginable skill had been sufficient to have maintained it, had not the schoolmen confounded the task, merely, as Van Helmont, the famous chemist, has proved, by all along mistaking the radical moisture for the tallow and fat of animal bodies. Now the radical moisture is not the tallow or fat of animals, but an oily and balsamous substance, for the fat and tallow, as also the phlegm or watery parts, are cold, whereas the oily and balsamous parts are of a lively heat and spirit, which accounts for the observation of Aristotle, quod omne animal post coitum est triste. Now it is certain, that the radical heat lives in the radical moisture, but whether vice versa, is a doubt. However, when the one decays, the other decays also, and then is produced, either an unnatural heat, which causes an unnatural dryness, or an unnatural moisture, which causes dropsy, so that if a child, as he grows up, can but be taught to avoid running into fire or water, as either of them threaten his destruction, 'twill be all that is needful to be done upon that head. Chap. XXXVII. The description of the siege of Jericho itself, could not have engaged the attention of my uncle Toby more powerfully than the last chapter. His eyes were fixed upon my father throughout it. He never mentioned radical heat and radical moisture, but my uncle Toby took his pipe out of his mouth, and shook his head, and as soon as the chapter was finished, he beckoned to the corporal to come close to his chair, to ask him the following question aside: asterisk 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 star. It was at the siege of Limerick, and please your honor, replied the corporal, making a bow. The poor fellow and I, quoth my uncle Toby, addressing himself to my father, were scarce able to crawl out of our tents, at the time the siege of Limerick was raised, upon the very account you mention. Now what can have got into that precious noddle of thine, my dear brother Toby? Cried my father, mentally, by heaven. Continued he, communing still with himself, it would puzzle an Oedipus to bring it in point, I believe, and please your honor, quoth the corporal, that if it had not been for the quantity of brandy we set fire to every night, and the claret and cinnamon with which I plied your honor off, and the Geneva, trim, added my uncle Toby, which did us more good than all, I verily believe, continued the corporal, we had both, and please your honor, left our lives in the trenches, and been buried in them to the noblest grave, corporal. Cried my uncle Toby, his eyes sparkling as he spoke, that a soldier could wish to lie down in but a pitiful death for him. And please your honor, replied the corporal. All this was as much Arabic to my father, as the rites of the Colchi and Troglodytes had been before to my uncle Toby. My father could not determine whether he was to frown or to smile. My uncle Toby, turning to Yorick, resumed the case at Limerick, more intelligibly than he had begun it, and so settled the point for my father at once. Chap 38. It was undoubtedly, said my uncle Toby, a great happiness for myself and the corporal, that we had all along a burning fever, attended with a most raging thirst, During the whole 25 days the flux was upon us in the camp, otherwise what my brother calls the radical moisture, must, as I conceive it, inevitably have got the better. My father drew in his lungs top full of air, and looking up, blew it forth again, as slowly as he possibly could. It was heavens. Mercy to us, continued my uncle Toby, which put it into the corporal's head to maintain that due contention betwixt the radical heat and the radical moisture, by reinforcing the fever, as he did all along, with hot wine and spices, whereby the corporal kept up, as it were, a continual firing, so that the radical heat stood its ground from the beginning to the end, and was a fair match for the moisture, terrible as it was. Upon my honor, added my uncle Toby, you might have heard the contention within our bodies, brother Shandy, 20 toises if there was no firing, said Yorick. Well, said my father, with a full aspiration, and pausing a while after the word was I a judge, and the laws of the country which made me one permitted it, I would condemn some of the worst malefactors, provided they had had their clergy. Yorick, foreseeing the sentence was likely to end with no sort of mercy, laid his hand upon my father's breast, and begged he would respite it for a few minutes, till he asked the corporal a question. Prithee, Trim, said Yorick, without staying for my father's leave, tell us honestly what is thy opinion concerning this self-same radical heat and radical moisture? With humble submission to his honour's better judgment, quoth the corporal, making a bow to my uncle Toby. Speak thy opinion freely, corporal, said my uncle Toby. The poor fellow is my servant, not my slave, added my uncle Toby, turning to my father. The corporal put his hat under his left arm, and with his stick hanging upon the wrist of it, by a black thong split into a tassel about the knot, he marched up to the ground where he had performed his catechism, then touching his underjaw with the thumb and fingers of his right hand before he opened his mouth, he delivered his notion thus. Chap 36. Just as the corporal was humming, to begin in waddled Dr. Slop, 'tis not twopence matter. The corporal shall go on in the next chapter, let who will come in. Well, my good doctor, cried my father sportively, for the transitions of his passions were unaccountably sudden, and what has this whelp of mine to say to the matter? Had my father been asking after the amputation of the tail of a puppy dog, he could not have done it in a more careless air. The system which Dr. Slop had laid down, to treat the accident by, no way allowed of such a mode of inquiry. He sat down. Pray, sir, quoth my uncle Toby, in a manner which could not go unanswered, in what condition is the boy? 'Twill end in a phimosis, replied Dr. Slop. I am no wiser than I was, quoth my uncle Toby, returning his pipe into his mouth. Then let the corporal go on, said my father, with his medical lecture. The corporal made a bow to his old friend, Dr. Slop, and then delivered his opinion concerning radical heat and radical moisture, in the following words. Chapxl. The city of Limerick, the siege of which was begun under His Majesty King William himself, the year after I went into the army, lies, and please your honours, in the middle of a devilish wet, swampy country. 'Tis quite surrounded, said my uncle Toby, with the Shannon, and is, by its situation, one of the strongest fortified places in Ireland. I think this is a new fashion, quoth Dr. Slop, of beginning a medical lecture. 'Tis all true, answered Trim. Then I wish the faculty would follow the cut of it, said Yorick. 'Tis all cut through, and please your reverence, said the corporal, with drains and bogs, and besides, there was such a quantity of rain fell during the siege, the whole country was like a puddle. 'Twas that, and nothing else, which brought on the flux, and which had like to have killed both his honour and myself. Now there was no such thing, after the first 10 days, continued the corporal, for a soldier to lie dry in his tent, without cutting a ditch round it, to draw off the water, nor was that enough, for those who could afford it, as his honour could, without setting fire every night to a pewter dish full of brandy, which took off the damp of the air, and made the inside of the tent as warm as a stove. And what conclusion dost thou draw, Corporal Trim, cried my father, from all these premises? I infer, and please your worship, replied Trim, that the radical moisture is nothing in the world but ditch water, and that the radical heat, of those who can go to the expense of it, is burnt brandy. The radical heat and moisture of a private man, and please your honor, is nothing but ditch water and a dram of Geneva, and give us but enough of it, with a pipe of tobacco, to give us spirits, and drive away the vapours. We know not what it is to fear death. I am at a loss, Captain Shandy, quoth Dr. Slop, to determine in which branch of learning your servant shines most, whether in physiology or divinity. Slop had not forgot Trim's comment upon the sermon. It is but an hour ago, replied Yorick, since the corporal was examined in the latter, and passed muster with great honor. The radical heat and moisture, quoth Dr. Slop, turning to my father, you must know, is the basis and foundation of our being, as the root of a tree is the source and principle of its vegetation. It is inherent in the seeds of all animals, and may be preserved sundry ways, but principally in my opinion by consubstantials, impriments, and occludents. Now this poor fellow, continued Dr. Slop, pointing to the corporal, has had the misfortune to have heard some superficial empiric discourse upon this nice point that he has said. My father, very likely, said my uncle. I'm sure of it, quoth Yorick. Chapxli. Dr. Slop being called out to look at a cataplasm he had ordered, it gave my father an opportunity of going on with another chapter in the Tristrapedia. Come, cheer up, my lads, I'll shew you land, for when we have tugged through that chapter, the book shall not be opened again this 12-month. Huzzah! Chapxli. 5 years with a bib under his chin, 4 years in traveling from Christ Cross Road to Malachi, a year and a half in learning to write his own name, 7 long years and more tau upsilon pi iota omegaing it, at Greek and Latin, 4 years at his probations and his negations, the fine statue still lying in the middle of the marble block, and nothing done but his tools sharpened to hew it out. 'Tis a piteous delay. Was not the great Julius Scaliger within an ace of never getting his tools sharpened at all? 44 years old was he before he could manage his Greek, and Peter Damianus, Lord Bishop of Ostia, as all the world knows, could not so much as read, when he was of man's estate. And Baldus himself, as eminent as he turned out after, entered upon the law so late in life, that every body imagined he intended to be an advocate in the other world. No wonder, when Eudamidas, the son of Archidamas, heard Xenocrates at 75 disputing about wisdom, that he asked gravely, if the old man be yet disputing and inquiring concerning wisdom, what time will he have to make use of it? Yorick listened to my father with great attention. There was a seasoning of wisdom unaccountably mixed up with his strangest whims, and he had sometimes such illuminations in the darkest of his eclipses, as almost atoned for them. Be wary, sir, when you imitate him. I am convinced, Yorick, continued my father, half reading and half discoursing, that there is a northwest passage to the intellectual world, and that the soul of man has shorter ways of going to work, in furnishing itself with knowledge and instruction, than we generally take with it. But, alack! all fields have not a river or a spring running besides them. Every child, Yorick, has not a parent to point it out. The whole entirely depends, added my father, in a low voice, upon the auxiliary verbs, Mr. Yorick. Had Yorick trod upon Virgil's snake, he could not have looked more surprised. I am surprised too, cried my father, observing it, and I reckon it as one of the greatest calamities which ever befell the Republic of Letters, that those who have been entrusted with the education of our children, and whose business it was to open their minds, and stock them early with ideas, in order to set the imagination loose upon them, have made so little use of the auxiliary verbs in doing it, as they have done. So that, except Raymond Lullius, and the elder Pellegrini, the last of which arrived to such perfection in the use of with his topics, that, in a few lessons, he could teach a young gentleman to discourse with plausibility upon any subject, pro and con, and to say and write all that could be spoken or written concerning it, without blotting a word, to the admiration of all who beheld him. I should be glad, said Yorick, interrupting my father, to be made to comprehend this matter. You shall, said my father. The highest stretch of improvement a single word is capable of, is a high metaphor for which, in my opinion, the idea is generally the worse, and not the better, but be that as it may, when the mind has done that with it there is an end, the mind and the idea are at rest until a second idea enters, and so on. Now the use of the auxiliaries is, at once to set the soul a going by herself upon the materials as they are brought her, and by the variability of this great engine, round which they are twisted, to open new tracks of inquiry, and make every idea engender millions. You excite my curiosity greatly, said Yorick. For my own part, quoth my uncle Toby, I have given it up the Danes, and please your honour, quoth the corporal, who were on the left at the siege of Limerick, were all auxiliaries and very good ones, said my uncle Toby, but the auxiliaries, Trim, my brother is talking about, I conceive to be different things. You do? Said my father, rising up. Chap Slyin. My father took a single turn across the room, then sat down, and finished the chapter. The verbs auxiliary we are concerned in here, continued my father, are, am, was, have, had, do, did, make, made, suffer, shall, should, will, would, can, could, ought, used, or is wont, and these varied with tenses, present, past, future, and conjugated with the verb see, or with these questions added to them: is it? Was it? Will it be? Would it be? May it be? Might it be? And these again put negatively: is it not? Was it not? Ought it not? Or affirmatively: it is, it was, it ought to be. Or chronologically: has it been always? Lately? How long ago? Or hypothetically: if it was? If it was not? What would follow, if the French should beat the English? If the sun go out of the zodiac? Now, by the right use and application of these, continued my father, in which a child's memory should be exercised, there is no one idea can enter his brain, how barren soever, but a magazine of conceptions and conclusions may be drawn forth from it. Didst thou ever see a white bear? Cried my father, turning his head round to Trim, who stood at the back of his chair. No, and please your honour, replied the corporal, but thou couldst discourse about one. Trim, said my father, in case of need. How is it possible, brother, quoth my uncle Toby, if the corporal never saw one? 'Tis the fact I want, replied my father, and the possibility of it is as follows. A white bear. Very well. Have I ever seen one? Might I ever have seen one? Am I ever to see one? Ought I ever to have seen one? Or can I ever see one? Would I had seen a white bear? For how can I imagine it? If I should see a white bear, what should I say? If I should never see a white bear, what then? If I never have, can, must, or shall see a white bear alive, have I ever seen the skin of one? Did I ever see one painted, described? Have I never dreamed of one? Did my father, mother, uncle, aunt, brothers, or sisters, ever see a white bear? What would they give? How would they behave? How would the white bear have behaved? Is he wild? Tame? Terrible? Rough? Smooth? Is the white bear worth seeing? Is there no sin in it? Is it better than a black one? Chapxliv will not stop 2 moments, my dear sir, only, as we have got through these 5 volumes 29, do, sir, sit down upon a set. They are better than nothing. Let us just look back upon the country we have passed through. What a wilderness has it been! And what a mercy that we have not both of us been lost, or devoured by wild beasts in it. Did you think the world itself, sir, had contained such a number of jackasses? How they viewed and reviewed us as we passed over the rivulet at the bottom of that little valley, and when we climbed over that hill, and were just getting out of sight. Good God! What a braying did they all set up together! Prithee, shepherd, who keeps all those jackasses? Asterisk asterisk asterisk, heaven be their comforter. What? Are they never curried? Are they never taken in winter? Bray bray bray. Bray on the world is deeply your debtor. Louder still, that's nothing in good sooth. You are ill used. Was I a jackass, I solemnly declare, I would bray in G sol re ut from morning, even unto night. 29. In the first edition, the 6th volume began with this chapter. Chapxlv. When my father had danced his white bear backwards and forwards through half a dozen pages, he closed the book for good and all, and in a kind of triumph delivered it into Trim's hand, with a nod to lay it upon the scrutoire, where he found it. Tristram, said he, shall be made to conjugate every word in the dictionary, backwards and forwards the same way, every word. Yorick, by this means, you see, is converted into a thesis or an hypothesis. Every thesis and hypothesis have an offspring of propositions, and each proposition has its own consequences and conclusions, every one of which leads the mind on again, into fresh tracks of inquiries and doubtings. The force of this engine, added my father, is incredible in opening a child's head. 'Tis enough, brother Shandy, cried my uncle Toby, to burst it into 1,000 splinters. I presume, said Yorick, smiling, it must be owing to this, for let logicians say what they will, it is not to be accounted for sufficiently from the bare use of the 10 predicaments, that the famous Vincent Quirina, amongst the many other astonishing feats of his childhood, of which the Cardinal Bimbo has given the world so exact a story, should be able to paste up in the public schools at Rome, so early as in the 8th year of his age, no less than 4,550 different theses, upon the most abstruse points of the most abstruse theology, and to defend and maintain them in such sort, as to cramp and dumbfound his opponents. What is that, cried my father, to what is told us of Alphonsus Tostatus, who, almost in his nurse's arms, learned all the sciences and liberal arts without being taught any one of them? What shall we say of the great Piers? That's the very man, cried my uncle Toby, I once told you of, brother Shandy, who walked a matter of 500 miles, reckoning from Paris to Scheveling, and from Scheveling back again, merely to see Stephanus's flying chariot. He was a very great man, added my uncle Toby, meaning Stevinus. He was so, brother Toby, said my father, meaning Piers, and had multiplied his ideas so fast, and increased his knowledge to such a prodigious stock, that, if we may give credit to an anecdote concerning him, which we cannot withhold here, without shaking the authority of all anecdotes whatever, at 7 years of age, his father committed entirely to his care the education of his younger brother, a boy of 5 years old, with the sole management of all his concerns. Was the father as wise as the son? Quoth my uncle Toby. I should think not, said Yorick. But what are these, continued my father, breaking out in a kind of enthusiasm, what are these, to those prodigies of childhood in Grotius, Scioppius, Heinsius, Polytien, Pascal, Joseph Scaliger, Ferdinand de Cordoue, and others, some of which left off their substantial forms at 9 years old, or sooner, and went on reasoning without them, others went through their classics at 7, wrote tragedies at 8, Ferdinand de Cordoue was so wise. At 9 'twas thought the devil was in him, and at Venice gave such proofs of his knowledge and goodness, that the monks imagined he was Antichrist, or nothing. Others were masters of 14 languages at 10, finished the course of their rhetoric, poetry, logic, and ethics, at 11 put forth their commentaries upon Servius and Martianus Capella, at 12 and at 13 received their degrees in philosophy, laws, and divinity. But you forget the great Lipsius, quoth Yorick, who composed a work 30 the day he was born. They should have wiped it up, said my uncle Toby, and said no more about it. 30 Nous oriens quelques interet, says Balliot, demonter tu ilna reine de ridicule siletoid veritable, au moins dans les sens enigmatique canisius erythreus atahidal we donner. Cet auteur dit que pour comprendre comme lips, il a pu composer un ouvrage les premiers jours de sav, il faut s'imaginer, que ces premiers jours n'est pas celui de sa naissance charnelle, mais celui auquel il a commencé d'user de la raison. Il veut que c'est à l'âge de 9 ans, il nous veut persuader que c'est fut en cet âge, que lips fit un pomme les tour est ingénieuse, and cnccchapxlvi. When the cataplasm was ready, a scruple of decorum had unseasonably rose up in Susanna's conscience, about holding the candle, whilst Slop tied it on. Slop had not treated Susanna's distemper with anodynes, and so a quarrel had ensued betwixt them. Oh! Oh! said Slop, casting a glance of undue freedom in Susanna's face, as she declined the office. Then, I think I know you, madam. You know me, sir, cried Susanna fastidiously, and with a toss of her head, levelled evidently, not at his profession, but at the doctor himself. You know me, cried Susanna again. Dr. Slop clapped his finger and his thumb instantly upon his nostrils. Susanna's spleen was ready to burst at it. "'Tis false," said Susanna. Come, Mrs. Modesty," said Slop, not a little elated with the success of his last thrust. "If you won't hold the candle, and look, you may hold it and shut your eyes. That's one of your popish shifts," cried Susanna. "'Tis better," said Slop, with a nod, "than no shift at all. Young woman, I defy you, sir," cried Susanna, pulling her shift sleeve below her elbow. It was almost impossible for two persons to assist each other in a surgical case with a more splenetic cordiality. Slop snatched up the cataplasm. Susanna snatched up the candle. "A little this way," said Slop. Susanna, looking one way, and rowing another, instantly set fire to Slop's wig, which, being somewhat bushy and unctuous withal, was burned out before it was well kindled. "You impudent whore!" cried Slop, "for what is passion, but a wild beast?" "You impudent whore," cried Slop, getting upright, with the cataplasm in his hand. "I never was the destruction of anybody's nose," said Susanna. "Which is more than you can say, is it?" cried Slop, throwing the cataplasm in her face. "Yes, it is," cried Susanna, returning the compliment with what was left in the pen. Chap Slay. Dr. Slop and Susanna filed crossbills against each other in the parlor, which done, as the cataplasm had failed, they retired into the kitchen to prepare a fomentation for me, and whilst that was doing, my father determined the point as you will read. Chap Slay. "You see 'tis high time," said my father, addressing himself equally to my uncle Toby and Yorick, "to take this young creature out of these women's hands, and put him into those of a private governor." Marcus Antoninus provided 14 governors all at once to superintend his son Commodus's education, and in 6 weeks he cashiered 5 of them. "I know very well," continued my father, "that Commodus's mother was in love with a gladiator at the time of her conception, which accounts for a great many of Commodus's cruelties when he became emperor, but still I am of opinion, that those 5 whom Antoninus dismissed, did Commodus's temper, in that short time, more hurt than the other 9 were able to rectify all their lives long. Now as I consider the person who is to be about my son, as the mirror in which he is to view himself from morning to night, by which he is to adjust his looks, his carriage, and perhaps the inmost sentiments of his heart, I would have one, Yorick, if possible, polished at all points, fit for my child to look into. This is very good sense, quoth my uncle Toby to himself. There is, continued my father, a certain mien and motion of the body and all its parts, both in acting and speaking, which argues a man well within, and I am not at all surprised that Gregory of Nazianzum, upon observing the hasty and untoward gestures of Julian, should foretell he would one day become an apostate, or that Saint Ambrose should turn his amanuensis out of doors, because of an indecent motion of his head, which went backwards and forwards like a flail, or that Democritus should conceive Protagoras to be a scholar, from seeing him bind up a faggot, and thrusting, as he did it, the small twigs inwards. There are 1,000 unnoticed openings, continued my father, which let a penetrating eye at once into a man's soul, and I maintain it, added he, that a man of sense does not lay down his hat in coming into a room or take it up in going out of it, but something escapes, which discovers him. It is for these reasons, continued my father, that the governor I make choice of shall neither 31 lisp, or squint, or wink, or talk loud, or look fierce, or foolish, or bite his lips, or grind his teeth, or speak through his nose, or pick it, or blow it with his fingers. He shall neither walk fast or slow, or fold his arms, for that is laziness, or hang them down, for that is folly, or hide them in his pocket, for that is nonsense. He shall neither strike, or pinch, or tickle, or bite, or cut his nails, or hawk, or spit, or sniffed, or drum with his feet or fingers in company, nor, according to Erasmus, shall he speak to any one in making water, nor shall he point to carrion or excrement. Now this is all nonsense again, quoth my uncle Toby to himself. I will have him, continued my father, cheerful, facete, jovial, at the same time, prudent, attentive to business, vigilant, acute, argute, inventive, quick in resolving doubts and speculative questions. He shall be wise, and judicious, and learned, and why not humble, and moderate, and gentle-tempered, and good, said Yorick. And why not, cried my uncle Toby, free, and generous, and bountiful, and brave. He shall, my dear Toby, replied my father, getting up and shaking him by his hand. Then, brother Shandy, answered my uncle Toby, raising himself off the chair, and laying down his pipe to take hold of my father's other hand. I humbly beg I may recommend poor Fever's son to you. A tear of joy of the first water sparkled in my uncle Toby's eye, and another, the fellow to it, in the corporal's. As the proposition was made, you will see why when you read Fever's story. Fool that I was! Nor can I recollect, nor perhaps you, without turning back to the place, what it was that hindered me from letting the corporal tell it in his own words, but the occasion is lost. I must tell it now in my own. 31 vid. Pellegrina. Chapxlix. The story of Fever. It was sometime in the summer of that year in which Dendermonde was taken by the Allies, which was about 7 years before my father came into the country, and about as many, after the time, that my uncle Toby and Trim had privately decamped from my father's house in town, in order to lay some of the finest sieges to some of the finest fortified cities in Europe. When my uncle Toby was one evening getting his supper, with Trim sitting behind him at a small sideboard, I say, sitting for in consideration of the corporal's lame knee, which sometimes gave him exquisite pain. When my uncle Toby dined or supped alone, he would never suffer the corporal to stand, and the poor fellow's veneration for his master was such, that, with the proper artillery, my uncle Toby could have taken Dendermonde itself, with less trouble than he was able to gain this point over him. For many a time when my uncle Toby supposed the corporal's leg was at rest, he would look back, and detect him standing behind him with the most dutiful respect. This bred more little squabbles betwixt them, than all other causes for 25 years together. But this is neither here nor there. Why do I mention it? Ask my pen, it governs me, I govern not it. He was one evening sitting thus at his supper, when the landlord of a little inn in the village came into the parlour, with an empty phial in his hand, to beg a glass or two of sack. "'Tis for a poor gentleman, I think, of the army," said the landlord, "who has been taken ill at my house 4 days ago, and has never held up his head since, or had a desire to taste anything, till just now, that he has a fancy for a glass of sack and a thin toast. I think," says he, taking his hand from his forehead, "it would comfort me if I could neither beg, borrow, or buy such a thing." Added the landlord, "I would almost steal it for the poor gentleman, he is so ill. I hope in God he will still mend," continued he. "We are all of us concerned for him." "Thou art a good-natured soul, I will answer for thee," cried my uncle Toby, "and thou shalt drink the poor gentleman's health in a glass of sack thyself, and take a couple of bottles with my service, and tell him he is heartily welcome to them, and to a dozen more if they will do him good." "Though I am persuaded," said my uncle Toby, as the landlord shut the door, "he is a very compassionate fellow, Trim, yet I cannot help entertaining a high opinion of his guest too. There must be something more than common in him, that in so short a time should win so much upon the affections of his host, and of his whole family," added the corporal, "for they are all concerned for him." "Step after him," said my uncle Toby, "do, Trim, and ask if he knows his name." "I have quite forgot it truly," said the landlord, coming back into the parlour with the corporal, "but I can ask his son again." "Has he a son with him then?" said my uncle Toby. "A boy," replied the landlord, "of about 11 or 12 years of age, but the poor creature has tasted almost as little as his father. He does nothing but mourn and lament for him night and day. He has not stirred from the bedside these 2 days." My uncle Toby laid down his knife and fork, and thrust his plate from before him, as the landlord gave him the account, and Trim, without being ordered, took away, without saying one word, and in a few minutes after brought him his pipe and tobacco. "Stay in the room a little," said my uncle Toby. "Trim," said my uncle Toby, after he lighted his pipe, and smoked about a dozen whiffs. Trim came in front of his master, and made his bow. My uncle Toby smoked on, and said no more. "Corporal," said my uncle Toby. The corporal made his bow. My uncle Toby proceeded no farther, but finished his pipe. "Trim," said my uncle Toby, "I have a project in my head, as it is a bad night, of wrapping myself up warm in my roquelaure, and paying a visit to this poor gentleman." "Your honour's roquelaure," replied the corporal, "has not once been had on, since the night before your honour received your wound, when we mounted guard in the trenches before the gate of St. Nicholas, and besides, it is so cold and rainy a night, that what with the roquelaure, and what with the weather, 'twill be enough to give your honour your death, and bring on your honour's torment in your groin." "I fear so," replied my uncle Toby, "but I am not at rest in my mind, Trim, since the account the landlord has given me. I wish I had not known so much of this affair," added my uncle Toby, "or that I had known more of it. How shall we manage it?" "Leave it, and please your honour, to me," quoth the corporal. "I'll take my hat and stick and go to the house and reconnoitre, and act accordingly, and I will bring your honour a full account in an hour." "Thou shalt go, Trim," said my uncle Toby, "and here's a shilling for thee to drink with his servant." "I shall get it all out of him," said the corporal, shutting the door. My uncle Toby filled his second pipe, and had it not been, that he now and then wandered from the point, with considering whether it was not full as well to have the curtain of the tennel a straight line, as a crooked one, he might be said to have thought of nothing else but poor Le Fever and his boy the whole time he smoked it. CHAPL. The story of LE fever continued. It was not till my uncle Toby had knocked the ashes out of his third pipe, that Corporal Trim returned from the inn, and gave him the following account. I despaired, at first, said the corporal, of being able to bring back your honor any kind of intelligence concerning the poor sick lieutenant. Is he in the army, then? Said my uncle Toby. He is, said the corporal. And in what regiment? Said my uncle Toby. I'll tell your honor, replied the corporal, everything straightforwards, as I learned it then. Trim, I'll fill another pipe, said my uncle Toby, and not interrupt thee till thou hast done, so sit down at thy ease, Trim, in the window seat, and begin thy story again. The corporal made his old bow, which generally spoke as plain as a bow could speak. It your honor is good. And having done that, he sat down, as he was ordered, and begun the story to my uncle Toby over again in pretty near the same words. I despaired at first, said the corporal, of being able to bring back any intelligence to your honor, about the lieutenant and his son, for when I asked where his servant was, from whom I made myself sure of knowing everything which was proper to be asked. That's a right distinction, Trim, said my uncle Toby. I was answered, and please your honor, that he had no servant with him, that he had come to the inn with hired horses, which, upon finding himself unable to proceed, to join, I suppose, the regiment, he had dismissed the morning after he came. If I get better, my dear, said he, as he gave his purse to his son to pay the man, we can hire horses from hence. But alas, the poor gentleman will never get from hence, said the landlady to me, for I heard the death watch all night long, and when he dies, the youth, his son, will certainly die with him, for he is broken-hearted already. I was hearing this account, continued the corporal, when the youth came into the kitchen, to order the thin toast the landlord spoke of, but I will do it for my father myself, said the youth. Pray let me save you the trouble, young gentleman, said I, taking up a fork for the purpose, and offering him my chair to sit down upon by the fire, whilst I did it. I believe, sir, said he, very modestly, I can please him best myself. I am sure, said I, his honor will not like the toast the worse for being toasted by an old soldier. The youth took hold of my hand, and instantly burst into tears. Poor youth, said my uncle Toby, he has been bred up from an infant in the army, and the name of a soldier, Trim, sounded in his ears like the name of a friend. I wish I had him here. I never, in the longest march, said the corporal, had so great a mind to my dinner, as I had to cry with him for company. What could be the matter with me, and please your honor? Nothing in the world, Trim, said my uncle Toby, blowing his nose, but that thou art a good-natured fellow. When I gave him the toast, continued the corporal, I thought it was proper to tell him I was Captain Shandy's servant, and that your honor, though a stranger, was extremely concerned for his father, and that if there was anything in your house or cellar, and thou mightst have added my purse too, said my uncle Toby, he was heartily welcome to it. He made a very low bow, which was meant to your honor, but no answer, for his heart was full, so he went upstairs with the toast. I warrant you, my dear, said I, as I opened the kitchen door, your father will be well again. Mr. Yorick's curate was smoking a pipe by the kitchen fire, but said not a word good or bad to comfort the youth. I thought it wrong, added the corporal. I think so too, said my uncle Toby. When the lieutenant had taken his glass of sack and toast, he felt himself a little revived, and sent down into the kitchen, to let me know, that in about 10 minutes he should be glad if I would step upstairs. I believe, said the landlord, he is going to say his prayers, for there was a book laid upon the chair by his bedside, and as I shut the door, I saw his son take up a cushion. I thought, said the curate, that you gentlemen of the army, Mr. Trim, never said your prayers at all. I heard the poor gentleman say his prayers last night, said the landlady, very devoutly, and with my own ears, or I could not have believed it. Are you sure of it? Replied the curate. A soldier, and please your reverence, said I, prays as often, of his own accord, as a parson, and when he is fighting for his king, and for his own life, and for his honor too, he has the most reason to pray to God of any one in the whole world. 'Twas well said of thee, Trim, said my uncle Toby. But when a soldier, said I, and please your reverence, has been standing for 12 hours together in the trenches, up to his knees in cold water, or engaged, said I, 4 months together in long and dangerous marches, harassed, perhaps, in his rear today, harassing others tomorrow, detached here, countermanded there, resting this night out upon his arms, beat up in his shirt the next, benumbed in his joints, perhaps without straw in his tent to kneel on, must say his prayers how and when he can. I believe, said I, for I was piqued, quoth the corporal, for the reputation of the army. I believe, and please your reverence, said I, that when a soldier gets time to pray, he prays as heartily as a parson, though not with all his fuss and hypocrisy. Thou shouldst not have said that, Trim, said my uncle Toby, for God only knows who is a hypocrite, and who is not. At the great and general review of us all, corporal, at the day of judgment, and not till then, it will be seen who has done their duties in this world and who has not, and we shall be advanced, Trim. Accordingly I hope we shall, said Trim. It is in the scripture, said my uncle Toby, and I will shew it thee tomorrow. In the meantime we may depend upon it, Trim, for our comfort, said my uncle Toby, that God Almighty is so good and just a governor of the world, that if we have but done our duties in it, it will never be inquired into, whether we have done them in a red coat or a black one. I hope not, said the corporal. But go on, Trim, said my uncle Toby, with thy story. When I went up, continued the corporal, into the lieutenant's room, which I did not do till the expiration of the 10 minutes, he was lying in his bed with his head raised upon his hand, with his elbow upon the pillow, and a clean white cambric handkerchief beside it. The youth was just stooping down to take up the cushion, upon which I supposed he had been kneeling. The book was laid upon the bed, and, as he rose, in taking up the cushion with one hand, he reached out his other to take it away at the same time. Let it remain there, my dear, said the lieutenant. He did not offer to speak to me, till I had walked up close to his bedside. If you are Captain Shandy's servant, said he, you must present my thanks to your master, with my little boy's thanks along with them, for his courtesy to me. If he was of Levins's, said the lieutenant. I told him your honor was then, said he, I served 3 campaigns with him in Flanders, and remember him. But 'tis most likely, as I had not the honor of any acquaintance with him, that he knows nothing of me. You will tell him, however, that the person his good nature has laid under obligations to him, is one Le Fever, a lieutenant in Angus's. But he knows me not, said he, a second time, musing. Possibly he may. My story, added he. Pray tell the captain. I was the ensign at Breda, whose wife was most unfortunately killed with a musket shot, as she lay in my arms in my tent. I remember the story, and please your honor, said I. Very well, do you so? Said he, wiping his eyes with his handkerchief. Then well may I. In saying this, he drew a little ring out of his bosom, which seemed tied with a black riband about his neck, and kissed it twice. Here, Billy, said he. The boy flew across the room to the bedside, and falling down upon his knee, took the ring in his hand, and kissed it too. Then kissed his father, and sat down upon the bed and wept. I wish, said my uncle Toby, with a deep sigh, I wish, Trim, I was asleep. Your honor, replied the corporal, is too much concerned. Shall I pour your honor out a glass of sack to your pipe? Do, Trim, said my uncle Toby. I remember, said my uncle Toby, sighing again, the story of the ensign and his wife, with a circumstance his modesty omitted, and particularly well that he, as well as she, upon some account or other, I forget what, was universally pitied by the whole regiment. But finish the story thou art upon. 'Tis finished already, said the corporal, for I could stay no longer, so wished his honor a good night. Young Fever rose from off the bed, and saw me to the bottom of the stairs, and as we went down together, told me, they had come from Ireland, and were on their route to join the regiment in Flanders. But alas, said the corporal, the lieutenant's last day's march is over. Then what is to become of his poor boy? Cried my uncle Toby. Chap Lee. The story of Fever continued. It was to my uncle Toby's eternal honor, though I tell it only for the sake of those, who, when cooped in betwixt a natural and a positive law, know not, for their souls, which way in the world to turn themselves. That notwithstanding my uncle Toby was warmly engaged at that time in carrying on the siege of Dendermonde, parallel with the Allies, who pressed theirs on so vigorously, that they scarce allowed him time to get his dinner, that nevertheless he gave up Dendermonde, though he had already made a lodgment upon the counterscarp, and bent his whole thoughts towards the private distresses at the inn, and except that he ordered the garden gate to be bolted up, by which he might be said to have turned the siege of Dendermonde into a blockade, he left Dendermonde to itself to be relieved or not by the French king, as the French king thought good, and only considered how he himself should relieve the poor lieutenant and his son. That kind being, who is a friend to the friendless, shall recompense thee for this. Thou hast left this matter short, said my uncle Toby to the corporal, as he was putting him to bed, and I will tell thee in what. Trim. In the first place, when thou madest an offer of my services to Fever, as sickness and travelling are both expensive, and thou knowest he was but a poor lieutenant, with a son to subsist as well as himself out of his pay, that thou didst not make an offer to him of my purse, because, had he stood in need, thou knowest, Trim, he had been as welcome to it. As myself your honor knows, said the corporal, I had no orders. True, quoth my uncle Toby, thou didst very right, Trim, as a soldier, but certainly very wrong as a man. In the second place, for which, indeed, thou hast the same excuse, continued my uncle Toby, when thou offeredst him whatever was in my house, thou shouldst have offered him my house too. A sick brother officer should have the best quarters, Trim, and if we had him with us we could tend and look to him. Thou art an excellent nurse thyself, Trim, and what with thy care of him, and the old woman's and his boys, and mine together, we might recruit him again at once, and set him upon his legs. In a fortnight or 3 weeks, added my uncle Toby, smiling, he might march. He will never march, and please your honor, in this world, said the corporal. He will march, said my uncle Toby, rising up from the side of the bed, with one shoe off. And please your honor, said the corporal, he will never march, but to his grave he shall march, cried my uncle Toby, marching the foot which had a shoe on, though without advancing an inch. He shall march to his regiment, he cannot stand it. Said the corporal, he shall be supported, said my uncle Toby, he'll drop at last, said the corporal, and what will become of his boy? He shall not drop, said my uncle Toby, firmly. Well, O'Day, do what we can for him, said Trim, maintaining his point. The poor soul will die. He shall not die, by G, cried my uncle Toby. The accusing spirit, which flew up to heaven's chancery with the oath, blushed as he gave it in, and the recording angel, as he wrote it down, dropped a tear upon the word, and blotted it out forever. Chap Lee. My uncle Toby went to his bureau, put his purse into his breeches pocket, and having ordered the corporal to go early in the morning for a physician, he went to bed, and fell asleep. Chap Lii. The story of Fever continued. The sun looked bright the morning after, to every eye in the village but Fever's and his afflicted sons. The hand of death pressed heavy upon his eyelids, and hardly could the wheel at the cistern turn round its circle, when my uncle Toby, who had rose up an hour before his wonted time, entered the lieutenant's room, and without preface or apology, sat himself down upon the chair by the bedside, and, independently of all modes and customs, opened the curtain in the manner an old friend and brother officer would have done it, and asked him how he had rested in the night, what was his complaint, where was his pain, and what he could do to help him, and without giving him time to answer any one of the inquiries, went on, and told him of the little plan which he had been concerting with the corporal the night before for him. "You shall go home directly, fever," said my uncle Toby, "to my house, and we'll send for a doctor to see what's the matter, and we'll have an apothecary, and the corporal shall be your nurse, and I'll be your servant, fever." There was a frankness in my uncle Toby, not the effect of familiarity but the cause of it, which let you at once into his soul, and shewed you the goodness of his nature. To this there was something in his looks, and voice, and manner, suprad, which eternally beckoned to the unfortunate to come and take shelter under him, so that before my uncle Toby had half finished the kind offers he was making to the father, had the son insensibly pressed up close to his knees, and had taken hold of the breast of his coat, and was pulling it towards him, the blood and spirits of fever, which were waxing cold and slow within him, and were retreating to their last citadel. The heart rallied back, the film forsook his eyes. For a moment he looked up wishfully in my uncle Toby's face, then cast a look upon his boy, and that ligament, fine as it was never broken. Nature instantly ebbed again, the film returned to its place, the pulse fluttered, stopped, went on, throbbed, stopped again, moved, stopped. Shall I go on? No, chap, live. I am so impatient to return to my own story, that what remains of young Fevers, that is, from this turn of his fortune, to the time my uncle Toby recommended him for my preceptor, shall be told in a very few words in the next chapter. All that is necessary to be added to this chapter is as follows: that my uncle Toby, with young Fever in his hand, attended the poor lieutenant, as chief mourners, to his grave. That the governor of Dendermonde paid his obsequies all military honors, and that Yorick, not to be behindhand, paid him all ecclesiastic, for he buried him in his chancel, and it appears likewise, he preached a funeral sermon over him. I say it appears, for it was Yorick's custom, which I suppose a general one with those of his profession, on the first leaf of every sermon which he composed, to chronicle down the time, the place, and the occasion of its being preached. To this, he was ever wont to add some short comment or stricture upon the sermon itself, seldom, indeed, much to its credit. For instance, this sermon upon the Jewish dispensation, I don't like it at all, though I own there is a world of waterlandish knowledge in it, but 'tis all tritical, and most tritically put together. This is but a flimsy kind of a composition. What was in my head when I made it? N.B. The excellency of this text is, that it will suit any sermon, and of this sermon that it will suit any text. For this sermon I shall be hanged, for I have stolen the greatest part of it. Dr. Paydagones found me out. Equals set a thief to catch a thief. On the back of half a dozen I find written, so, and no more, and upon a couple moderato, by which, as far as one may gather from Altieri's Italian dictionary, but mostly from the authority of a piece of green whipcord, which seemed to have been the unravelling of Yorick's whiplash, with which he has left us the two sermons marked moderato, and the half dozen of so, tied fast together in one bundle by themselves. One may safely suppose he meant pretty near the same thing. There is but one difficulty in the way of this conjecture, which is this, that the moderatos are 5 times better than the so's, show 10 times more knowledge of the human heart, have 70 times more wit and spirit in them, and, to rise properly in my climax, discovered 1,000 times more genius, and to crown all, are infinitely more entertaining than those tied up with them. For which reason, Wiener Yorick's dramatic sermons are offered to the world, though I shall admit but one. Out of the whole number of the so's, I shall, nevertheless, adventure to print the 2 moderatos without any sort of scruple. What Yorick could mean by the words lentamente tenuit grave and sometimes adagio as applied to theological compositions, and with which he has characterized some of these sermons, I dare not venture to guess. I am more puzzled still upon finding a L-octava alta upon one, con strepito upon the back of another, Siciliana upon a third, alla capella upon a fourth, con el arco upon this, senza el arco upon that. All I know is, that they are musical terms, and have a meaning, and as he was a musical man, I will make no doubt, but that by some quaint application of such metaphors to the compositions in hand, they impressed very distinct ideas of their several characters upon his fancy, whatever they may do upon that of others. Amongst these, there is that particular sermon which has unaccountably led me into this digression, the funeral sermon upon poor Le Fever, wrote out very fairly, as if from a hasty copy. I take notice of it the more, because it seems to have been his favorite composition. It is upon mortality, and is tied lengthways and crossways with a yarn thrum, and then rolled up and twisted round with a half sheet of dirty blue paper, which seems to have been once the cast cover of a general review, which to this day smells horribly of horse drugs. Whether these marks of humiliation were designed I something doubt, because at the end of the sermon, and not at the beginning of it, very different from his way of treating the rest, he had wrote bravo. Though not very offensively, for it is at 2 inches, at least, and a half's distance from, and below the concluding line of the sermon, at the very extremity of the page, and in that right-hand corner of it, which, you know, is generally covered with your thumb, and, to do it justice, it is wrote besides with a crow's quill so faintly in a small Italian hand, as scarce to solicit the eye towards the place, whether your thumb is there or not, so that from the manner of it, it stands half excused, and being wrote moreover with very pale ink, diluted almost to nothing, 'tis more like a ritratto of the shadow of vanity, than of vanity herself of the two, resembling rather a faint thought of transient applause, secretly stirring up in the heart of the composer, than a gross mark of it, coarsely obtruded upon the world. With all these extenuations, I am aware, that in publishing this, I do no service to Yorick's character as a modest man, but all men have their failings. And what lessens this still farther, and almost wipes it away, is this, that the word was struck through some time afterwards, as appears from a different tint of the ink, with a line quite across it in this manner, bravo, as if he had retracted, or was ashamed of the opinion he had once entertained of it. These short characters of his sermons were always written, excepting in this one instance, upon the first leaf of his sermon, which served as a cover to it, and usually upon the inside of it, which was turned towards the text, but at the end of his discourse, where, perhaps, he had 5 or 6 pages, and sometimes, perhaps, a whole score to turn himself in, he took a large circuit, and, indeed, a much more meddlesome one, as if he had snatched the occasion of unlacing himself with a few more frolicsome strokes at vice, than the straightness of the pulpit allowed. These, though hussar-like, they skirmish lightly and out of all order, are still auxiliaries on the side of virtue. Tell me then, Meneer van der Blonderdenderjud and Stronky, why they should not be printed together. Chaplv. When my uncle Toby had turned everything into money, and settled all accounts betwixt the agent of the regiment and Le Fever, and betwixt Le Fever and all mankind, there remained nothing more in my uncle Toby's hands, than an old regimental coat and a sword, so that my uncle Toby found little or no opposition from the world in taking administration. The coat my uncle Toby gave the corporal. Wear it, Trim, said my uncle Toby, as long as it will hold together, for the sake of the poor lieutenant. And this said my uncle Toby, taking up the sword in his hand, and drawing it out of the scabbard as he spoke. And this, Le Fever, I'll save for thee, 'tis all the fortune, continued my uncle Toby, hanging it up upon a crook, and pointing to it. 'Tis all the fortune, my dear Le Fever, which God has left thee, but if he has given thee a heart to Fight thy way with it in the world, and thou doest it like a man of honor, 'tis enough for us. As soon as my uncle Toby had laid a foundation, and taught him to inscribe a regular polygon in a circle, he sent him to a public school, where, excepting Whitsuntide and Christmas, at which times the corporal was punctually dispatched for him, he remained to the spring of the year, 17, when the stories of the emperor's sending his army into Hungary against the Turks, kindling a spark of fire in his bosom, he left his Greek and Latin without leave, and throwing himself upon his knees before my uncle Toby, begged his father's sword, and my uncle Toby's leave along with it, to go and try his fortune under Eugene. Twice did my uncle Toby forget his wound and cry out, "Le fever! I will go with thee, and thou shalt fight beside me." And twice he laid his hand upon his groin, and hung down his head in sorrow and disconsolation. My uncle Toby took down the sword from the crook, where it had hung untouched ever since the lieutenant's death, and delivered it to the corporal to brighten up, and having detained Le fever a single fortnight to equip him, and contract for his passage to Leghorn, he put the sword into his hand. "If thou art brave, Le fever," said my uncle Toby, "this will not fail thee, but fortune," said he, musing a little, "fortune may, and if she does," added my uncle Toby, embracing him, "come back again to me, Le fever, and we will shape thee another course." The greatest injury could not have oppressed the heart of Le fever more than my uncle Toby's paternal kindness. He parted from my uncle Toby, as the best of sons from the best of fathers. Both dropped tears, and as my uncle Toby gave him his last kiss, he slipped 60 guineas, tied up in an old purse of his father's, in which was his mother's ring, into his hand, and bid God bless him. Chaplvile fever got up to the imperial army just time enough to try what metal his sword was made of, at the defeat of the Turks before Belgrade, but a series of unmerited mischances had pursued him from that moment, and trod close upon his heels for 4 years together after. He had withstood these buffetings to the last, till sickness overtook him at Marseilles, from whence he wrote my uncle Toby word. He had lost his time, his services, his health, and, in short, everything but his sword, and was waiting for the first ship to return back to him. As this letter came to hand about 6 weeks before Susanna's accident, Le fever was hourly expected, and was uppermost in my uncle Toby's mind all the time. My father was giving him an Eurica description of what kind of a person he would choose for a preceptor to me, but as my uncle Toby thought my father at first somewhat fanciful in the accomplishments he required, he forbore mentioning Le fever's name till the character, by Yorick's interposition, ending unexpectedly, in one, who should be gentle-tempered, and generous, and good, it impressed the image of Le fever, and his interest, upon my uncle Toby so forcibly, he rose instantly off his chair, and laying down his pipe, in order to take hold of both my father's hands, "I beg, brother Shandy," said my uncle Toby, "I may recommend poor Le fever's son to you, I beseech you do," added Yorick. "He has a good heart," said my uncle Toby, "and a brave one too, and please your honor," said the corporal. "The best hearts, Trim, are ever the bravest," replied my uncle Toby, "and the greatest cowards, and please your honor, in our regiment, were the greatest rascals in it. There was Sergeant Cumber, and Ensign. We'll talk of them," said my father, "another time. Chaplvii, what a jovial and a merry world would this be, may it please your worships, but for that inextricable labyrinth of debts, cares, woes, want, grief, discontent, melancholy, large jointures, impositions, and lies. Dr. Slop, like a son of A.W., as my father called him, for it to exalt himself, debased me to death, and made 10,000 times more of Susanna's accident, than there was any grounds for, so that in a week's time, or less, it was in everybody's mouth, that poor Master Shandy asterisk 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 entirely and fame, who loves to double everything in 3 days more, had sworn, positively she saw it, and all the world, as usual, gave credit to her evidence that the nursery window had not only asterisk 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 asterisk, but that asterisk 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 s also. Could the world have been sued like a body corporate, my father had brought an action upon the case, and trounced it sufficiently, but to fall foul of individuals about it, as every soul who had mentioned the affair, did it with the greatest pity imaginable, 'twas like flying in the very face of his best friends, and yet to acquiesce under the report, in silence, was to acknowledge it openly, at least in the opinion of one half of the world, and to make a bustle again, in contradicting it, was to confirm it as strongly in the opinion of the other half. Was ever poor devil of a country gentleman so hampered? Said my father. I would shew him publicly, said my uncle Toby, at the market cross. 'Twill have no effect, said my father. Chap laine, I'll put him, however, into breeches, said my father. Let the world say what it will. Chap licks, there are 1,000 resolutions, sir, both in church and state, as well as in matters, madam, of a more private concern, which, though they have carried all the appearance in the world of being taken, and entered upon in a hasty, harebrained, and unadvised manner, were, notwithstanding this, and could you or I have got into the cabinet, or stood behind the curtain, we should have found it was so, weighed, poised, and perpended, argued upon, canvassed through, entered into, and examined on all sides with so much coolness, that the goddess of coolness herself, I do not take upon me to prove her existence, could neither have wished it, or done it better. Of the number of these was my father's resolution of putting me into breeches, which, though determined at once in a kind of huff, and a defiance of all mankind, had, nevertheless, been proed and conned, and judicially talked over betwixt him and my mother about a month before, in 2 several beds of justice, which my father had held for that purpose. I shall explain the nature of these beds of justice in my next chapter, and in the chapter following that, you shall step with me, madam, behind the curtain, only to hear in what kind of manner my father and my mother debated between themselves, this affair of the breeches, from which you may form an idea, how they debated all lesser matters. Chaplx, the ancient Goths of Germany, who, the learned Claverius is positive, were first seated in the country between the Vistula and the Oder, and who afterwards incorporated the Herculi, the Budgeons, and some other Vandalic clans to had all of them a wise custom of debating everything of importance to their state, twice, that is once drunk, and once sober, drunk that their counsels might not want vigor, and sober that they might not want discretion. Now my father, being entirely a water drinker, was a long time gravelled almost to death, in turning this as much to his advantage, as he did every other thing which the ancients did or said, and it was not till the 7th year of his marriage, after 1,000 fruitless experiments and devices, that he hit upon an expedient which answered the purpose, and that was, when any difficult and momentous point was to be settled in the family, which required great sobriety, and great spirit too, in its determination, he fixed and set apart the first Sunday night in the month, and the Saturday night which immediately preceded it, to argue it over, in bed with my mother, by which contrivance, if you consider, sir, with yourself, asterisk 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 asterisk. These my father, humorously enough, called his beds of justice, for from the two different counsels taken in these two different humors, a middle one was generally found out which touched the point of wisdom as well, as if he had got drunk and sober 100 times. I must not be made a secret of to the world, that this answers full as well in literary discussions, as either in military or conjugal, but it is not every author that can try the experiment as the Goths and Vandals did it, or, if he can, may it be always for his body's health, and to do it, as my father did it, am I sure it would be always for his soul's. My way is this in all nice and ticklish discussions, of which, heaven knows, there are but too many in my book, where I find I cannot take a step without the danger of having either their worships or their reverences upon my back. I write one half full and t'other fasting, or write it all full and correct it fasting, or write it fasting and correct it full, for they all come to the same thing, so that with a less variation from my father's plan, than my father's from the Gothic, I feel myself upon a par with him in his first bed of justice, and no way inferior to him in his second. These different and almost irreconcilable effects, flow uniformly from the wise and wonderful mechanism of nature, of which be hers the honor. All that we can do, is to turn and work the machine to the improvement and better manufactory of the arts and sciences. Now, when I write full, I write as if I was never to write fasting again as long as I live, that is, I write free from the cares as well as the terrors of the world. I count not the number of my scars, nor does my fancy go forth into dark entries and by corners to antedate my stabs. In a word, my pen takes its course, and I write on as much from the fullness of my heart, as my stomach. But when, and please your honors, I indite fasting, 'tis a different history. I pay the world all possible attention and respect, and have as great a share, whilst it lasts, of that understrapping virtue of discretion as the best of you, so that betwixt both, write a careless kind of a sieve.